What is popping, my tired friends? I definitely know you need the sleep considering the day you had, so let's snuggle up. We begin with a story on what romance was like throughout history. How did people learn to gain feelings for each other, do different things, and why did they change so drastically through time, from the beginning to now? This is going to be a lovely one. So before we start, I'd love to know how life has been for you down below in the comments if you're giving our content a thumbs up and following the channel. Now turn on a fan for some noise and let's get some sleep. There was a time, long before anyone thought to give it a name, when the thing we now call romance simply did not exist in the way you might imagine it. People lived together, shared their days, raised children, and grew old side by side, but they did not speak of being in love the way we speak of it now. They did not wonder if they had found the right person. They did not ask themselves whether their hearts were full or empty. They simply continued, season after season, in patterns that had been laid down long before they were born. In those early centuries, in the cold northern forests and the warm river valleys, where people first began to settle, survival was the primary concern. A household needed many hands. Fields needed tending. Animals required care. Children needed raising. And the sick needed minding. A partnership between two people was not about feelings that could be named or examined. It was about shared labour, mutual support, and the continuation of a family line. You chose someone, or more often, your family chose someone for you, based on practical considerations. Did they come from a healthy family? Could they work? Would the union strengthen ties between neighbouring farms or villages? There was a quietness to these arrangements. A young woman might meet her future husband only a handful of times before their lives are joined. She would move into his family's home, or he into hers, and they would begin the slow process of building a shared existence. In the mornings they rose before dawn. They worked through the daylight hours, spoke little, and ate their meals in the company of others. At night they slept in the same space, surrounded by the sounds of the household settling into rest. Affection, when it came, was not assumed. It was not required. Some couples grew fond of each other over time. Others remained cordial but distant. Still others found a kind of companionship that had nothing to do with passion and everything to do with familiarity. They learned each other's rhythms. They knew when to speak and when to remain silent. They understood without words that this was the shape their lives would take. There was no pressure to feel more than you felt. If you woke beside someone and felt nothing in particular, that was not considered a failure. If you worked alongside them year after year and developed a deep respect, but no burning desire, that was acceptable. Romance, as an idea, as an expectation, had not yet taken root. People simply lived with what they had been given, and they found meaning in the small, steady acts of daily existence. In the fields, a husband and wife might work side by side for hours without speaking. He would cut the wheat, and she would gather it into bundles. They moved in parallel, their bodies synchronized by years of practice. When they paused to rest, they might share a piece of bread and some water. They might comment on the weather or the progress of the harvest. Then they would return to their work, and the silence would settle over them again, comfortable and unremarkable. At night, in the dim light of a single candle or the glow of a fire, they prepared for sleep. They removed their outer layers, dampened the flames, and lay down on their shared pallet. Sometimes they spoke briefly about the next day's tasks. Sometimes they said nothing at all. The intimacy between them was not charged with expectation. It was simply the intimacy of two people who had chosen, or had been chosen, to share the hours of their lives. Children came and the household grew noisier and more crowded. The couple's attention turned outward, toward the needs of their sons and daughters. They worked together to feed and clothe and protect these new lives. Their partnership deepened not through romantic gestures but through shared purpose. They were bound by the demands of survival, by the rhythms of planting and harvest, and by the cycles of birth and death that governed the world they inhabited. When one of them fell ill, the other tended to them. When times were hard, they rationed what they had and made it last. When there was a windfall, a good harvest, or a healthy calf, they allowed themselves a small measure of relief. Their lives were woven together by necessity, and that necessity was enough. It did not occur to them to ask for more. This was the world before romance had a name, before anyone thought to separate love from the practical realities of existence. It was a world where partnerships were judged by their usefulness, their stability, and their ability to endure. And it was a world where many people lived out their entire lives without ever experiencing what we now call falling in love. As societies grew more complex, as villages became towns and towns became cities, the reasons for marriage began to shift. Families with land and wealth needed to protect what they had built. They needed to form alliances with other families to secure their position and to ensure that their children would inherit something of value. Marriage became a tool, a way of negotiating the future. Among those with property to protect, love was not the point. A father would look at his daughter and see not just a person, but a piece of the larger puzzle of his family's survival. He would seek out a suitable match, someone from a family of equal or greater standing, someone who could bring advantage. The young woman herself might have no say in the matter. She might meet her intended husband only once or twice before the arrangements were finalized. She might know nothing about him except his name and the size of his family's holdings. The wedding, when it came, was a formality, a public declaration of an agreement that had been made between families. It was attended by relatives and neighbours, witnessed by the community, and then it was done. The young couple returned to their home, and the real work of their lives together began. In these arranged unions, affection was not expected on the first day, or the first month, or even the first year. It might never come at all, but sometimes, slowly, quietly it did. A husband and wife who had begun as strangers might find, after years of shared meals and shared worries, that they had grown accustomed to each other. They might discover that they preferred each other's company to solitude. They might notice, without ever speaking of it, that they had become necessary to each other in small, unspoken ways. A woman might learn to recognize her husband's moods by the way he held his shoulders, or the tone of his voice. She might know when to offer him silence and when to speak. A man might notice his wife's preferences, the food she liked, the way she arranged the household, and the times of day when she seemed most at ease. He might begin to anticipate her needs, to make small adjustments in his own behaviour to accommodate hers. This kind of love, if you could call it that, was built over time. It was constructed from shared experiences, from weathering difficulties together, and from the accumulation of ordinary days. It was not passionate or dramatic. It did not announce itself. It simply existed, woven into the fabric of daily life. There were couples who never achieved even this quiet fondness. They lived together, fulfilled their duties, raised their children, and remained emotionally distant until the end. This was not seen as a tragedy. It was simply the way things were. Marriage was about stability, about maintaining the family line, and about ensuring that land and wealth passed from one generation to the next. If affection grew along the way, that was a pleasant bonus. If it did not, that was also acceptable. In the great houses, among the nobility, marriages were even more carefully calculated. A daughter might be betrothed as a child, her future determined before she had any understanding of what it meant. She would grow up knowing the name of the man she would marry, knowing that her life had already been planned for her. When the time came, she would be dressed in fine clothes, paraded before witnesses, and handed over to a stranger who would become her husband. These women often lived lives of great isolation. They were separated from their families, moved to distant estates, and expected to produce heirs and manage large households. Their husbands might be kind or cruel, attentive or indifferent. There was no way to know in advance. The marriage had been arranged for reasons that had nothing to do with compatibility or affection, and the consequences of that arrangement had to be endured. But even in these constrained circumstances, there were moments of connection. A husband might notice his wife's loneliness and make an effort to include her in conversations. A wife might learn to appreciate her husband's strengths, his intelligence, or his sense of fairness. They might find common ground in their duties, in their shared responsibility for the estate, and the people who depended on them. There were also couples who found genuine partnership within the bounds of their arranged marriages. They learned to work together, to trust each other, and to rely on each other's judgment. They became allies, navigating the complexities of family politics and social expectations. Their bond was not romantic in the way we understand it now, but it was real, and it mattered to them. The letters that survived from these times, the few that were saved and passed down, reveal glimpses of this kind of affection. A husband writing to his wife while away on business might ask about her health, express concern for her well-being, and send instructions for managing the household. A wife might reply with news of the children, updates on the estate, and small observations about daily life. The tone of these letters was often formal, even between couples who had been married for decades. But beneath the formality, there was often care, a genuine interest in the other person's welfare. This was love as duty, love as responsibility, love that grew slowly within the structures that society had built. It was not the love of poetry or songs. It was quieter, steadier, and less visible, but for many people it was enough. And then something began to change. In the courts of medieval Europe, among the nobility and the educated classes, a new idea of love began to take shape. It was called courtly love, and it was unlike anything that had come before. Courtly love was not about marriage or partnership or practical concerns. It was about longing, about desire that remained unfulfilled, about the exquisite pain of loving someone you could not have. It was expressed through poetry, through song, and through elaborate rituals of devotion. A knight might dedicate himself to a lady, often a married woman of higher status, and spend years in her service, performing deeds in her honour and composing verses to celebrate her beauty and virtue. The lady, for her part, was expected to remain distant and unattainable. She might acknowledge the knight's devotion with a glance or a small token, but she would not offer herself to him. The entire point of courtly love was the restraint, the discipline of loving without possessing, of desiring without consummating. This was romance as a kind of game, a structured set of behaviours governed by rules and expectations. It existed primarily in imagination, in the space between what was felt and what could be expressed, between longing and fulfillment. It was meant to elevate the lover, to refine his character through the experience of unrequited devotion. In the great halls, at festivals and gatherings, knights would recite their poems, musicians would sing of impossible love, and the ladies would listen with expressions of gracious approval. The entire performance was carefully choreographed, a way of channeling desire into something acceptable, something that could be displayed in public without threatening the social order. But beneath the performance, beneath the elaborate codes of conduct, there were real feelings. A young knight, spending hours composing a poem for a lady he barely knew, might genuinely feel the stirrings of something intense. A married woman, listening to a song written in her honour, might feel a flutter of pleasure, a moment of being seen and valued in a way that her arranged marriage did not provide. These feelings were dangerous, of course. They threatened the stability of marriages, the orderly transfer of property, and the alliances that held society together. And so they were contained within the framework of courtly love, allowed to exist as long as they remained unfulfilled, as long as they did not cross the line into actual adultery. For some, this was enough. The experience of loving from a distance, of carrying a secret devotion, provided a kind of emotional richness that their daily lives lacked. They could live out their practical, dutiful marriages while maintaining this other, more elevated form of affection in the realm of imagination. For others, the gap between courtly love and real life was painful. They felt the intensity of their longing and chafed against the restrictions that prevented them from acting on it. Some crossed the line, conducting secret affairs that could, if discovered, destroy their reputations and their families. But most did not. Most accepted the rules of the game, and found satisfaction in the ritualized expression of feelings they could never fully act upon. The literature of this period is filled with stories of knights and ladies, of impossible loves and noble suffering. These stories were enormously popular, copied and shared, and recited across Europe. They shaped people's understanding of what love could be and what it should feel like. They introduced the idea that love was not just a practical arrangement or a slow-growing affection, but an intense emotional experience, something that could consume you, something worth suffering for. But it is important to remember that this ideal existed primarily among the aristocracy, among people who had the leisure and the education to engage with such concepts. For the vast majority of people, the farmers and labourers and craftsmen who made up most of the population, courtly love was irrelevant. They continued to marry for practical reasons, to build their lives around work and family, and to experience affection, if at all, in quiet, undramatic ways. Even among the nobility, courtly love was more of an ideal than a reality. It was something people aspired to, performed and imagined, but it did not replace the actual marriages they lived with day after day. A knight might dedicate poems to a distant lady, and then return home to his wife, with whom he had a perfectly functional, if unromantic, relationship. The two existed in separate spheres, one public and idealized, the other private and practical. Over time, the ideals of courtly love began to influence how people thought about marriage itself. The idea that love should involve intense emotion, that it should be a matter of personal choice rather than family arrangement, began to take root. It would be centuries before these ideas became widespread, before they filtered down through society and began to change how ordinary people approached relationships. But the seeds were planted in those medieval courts, in those poems and songs about longing and restraint and noble suffering. As the centuries passed, as societies changed and evolved, love began to shift once more. It became less about public performance and more about private feeling. People started to believe that what mattered most was not the outward display of devotion, but the internal experience of emotion. Letters became important. The ability to write, to express one's thoughts and feelings in words, became a way of demonstrating the depth of one's affection. A young man courting a young woman might spend hours composing a letter, choosing each word carefully, trying to convey the sincerity of his feelings. He would seal the letter, send it, and then wait anxiously for her reply. The woman, receiving the letter, would read it in private. She would examine his words, looking for signs of genuine emotion, for evidence that he understood her, that he saw her as a person rather than just a potential wife. If his words moved her, if they revealed something about his character that she admired, she might allow herself to feel a cautious hope that this match could bring her happiness. This exchange of letters was a new kind of courtship, one that emphasized emotional connection over practical considerations. It allowed two people to get to know each other, to share their thoughts and feelings before committing to marriage. It gave them a space to explore whether they were compatible, whether they could imagine building a life together. But even as this new ideal of emotional connection gained ground, the practical realities of marriage remained. Families still negotiated, still considered wealth and status, and still made arrangements. The difference was that now, if the couple was fortunate, there might be some affection, some genuine feeling, alongside the practical considerations. In the growing middle classes, among merchants and professionals, this emotional approach to love became increasingly common. These were people who had some choice in their lives, some ability to shape their own futures. They were not as constrained by the rigid expectations of the aristocracy, nor as limited by the survival concerns of the poor. They could afford to care about compatibility and about shared interests and values. A young woman in this world might meet several potential suitors before choosing one. She might attend social gatherings, participate in conversations, and observe how different men behaved. She might consult with her parents, but she also had some say in the decision. If she felt no affection for a man, if the idea of spending her life with him left her cold, she might be able to refuse him. The man, for his part, was expected to court her properly. He would visit her home, bring small gifts, and engage her in conversation. He would try to demonstrate his worthiness, his ability to provide for her, and his respect for her as a person. He would pay attention to her preferences, her opinions, and the things that mattered to her. He would try to win not just her hand, but also her heart. This courtship process could take months or even years. There was a sense that these decisions mattered, that choosing the right partner could mean the difference between a happy life and a miserable one. People began to believe that they deserved to feel something for the person they married, that affection was not just a bonus but a necessity. When a couple married with genuine feeling, when they had spent time getting to know each other and had chosen each other for emotional as well as practical reasons, their relationship had a different quality. They shared confidences, discussed their hopes and fears, and turned to each other for comfort and support. They began to see their spouse not just as a partner in the practical business of life, but as a companion, someone who understood them in a deeper way. This emotional intimacy was new. It required trust, vulnerability, and the willingness to reveal oneself to another person. It meant sharing not just the external facts of your life, but the internal landscape of your thoughts and feelings. It meant believing that the other person cared about your inner life, that they wanted to know you fully. Tokens became important symbols of this new kind of love. A man might give a woman a locket containing his portrait, or a ribbon, or a pressed flower. These objects had no practical value, but they represented the emotional bond between the two people. The woman would keep the token close, wear it, or carry it with her as a reminder of his affection and her own feelings. The giving and receiving of tokens was a way of making the invisible visible, of creating a physical representation of emotional connection. It was also a way of creating memory, of marking moments that mattered. Years later, a couple might look at the tokens they had exchanged during their courtship and remember what they had felt, how they had chosen each other, and how their love had begun. As emotional connection became more important, people also became more reflective about their own feelings. They began to pay attention to their internal states, to examine their emotions, and to ask themselves what they wanted and needed from a relationship. This inward turn was partly a result of increasing literacy and of the spread of books and ideas that encouraged self-examination. It was also a result of changing social conditions, of more people having the time and freedom to think about such things. Romance was no longer something that existed outside of yourself, in performance or ritual or arrangement. It was becoming something internal, something that happened in your own heart and mind. You could be in love, and that state of being in love was seen as valuable in itself, regardless of whether it led to marriage or fulfillment. This shift brought new possibilities and new complications. If love was about feeling, then what happened when the feeling faded? If you married someone because you loved them, but then over time that love diminished, had you made a mistake? These questions did not have easy answers, but people were beginning to ask them. Despite these changes, despite the growing emphasis on emotion and choice, most marriages still settled into routines. After the courtship, after the wedding, after the initial excitement faded, couples had to learn how to live together day after day. And in that daily living, romance often became something quieter, something expressed through small, ordinary gestures. A husband might wake early to start the fire before his wife rose so that the house would be warm when she came downstairs. A wife might prepare his favourite meal without being asked, simply because she knew it would please him. These acts of care were not dramatic or noteworthy, but they were the substance of affection as it existed within the home. Couples developed routines, patterns that organised their shared life. They ate breakfast together at the same time each morning. They took evening walks, or sat together after supper, or worked on household tasks side by side. These routines created a rhythm, a predictability that was comforting. You knew what to expect. You knew how the day would unfold. In the quiet of the evening, after the work was done, a couple might sit together in companionable silence. He might read while she sewed. She might hum a tune while he worked on some small repair. They did not need to fill every moment with conversation. They had learned to be comfortable in each other's presence, to enjoy the simple fact of being together. Physical closeness became a kind of communication. A hand resting on a shoulder, a gentle touch on the arm, bodies leaning toward each other unconsciously. These small contacts said what words often could not, that you mattered, that you were valued, and that you were not alone. In bed at night, Couples found their own ways of being intimate. Some talked quietly before sleep, sharing the small events of their day, expressing worries or hopes. Some simply lay close, drawing comfort from the warmth of another body. Some reached for each other in the darkness, seeking connection without words. This physical intimacy was different from passion. It was about familiarity, about knowing someone's body as well as you knew your own. It was about trust, about feeling safe enough to be vulnerable. It was about the accumulation of nights, years of sharing the same space, the same bed, the same breath. When illness came, when one partner was weakened by fever or pain, the other became a caretaker. They brought water, adjusted pillows, and sat through the long hours of the night keeping watch. This care was one of the deepest expressions of love, a willingness to tend to someone at their most vulnerable, to see them at their worst and remain present. Similarly, when life brought disappointments, when plans failed, or when hopes were dashed, couples learned to support each other through the difficult times. They offered reassurance, patience, and a steady presence. They reminded each other that setbacks were temporary, that they would get through this together, and that they had weathered hard times before and would do so again. Shared labour was another form of intimacy. A couple working together to maintain their home, to raise their children, and to manage their finances developed a deep knowledge of each other's strengths and weaknesses. They learned when to step in and when to step back, when to take the lead and when to follow. They became a team, functioning with the kind of coordination that only comes from long practice. Children changed the dynamics of a marriage, shifting the focus outward. A couple who had once had time for long conversations and leisurely evenings now found their days consumed by the demands of small children. But even in the midst of that chaos, there were moments of connection. A shared glance across the dinner table as a child told a rambling story. A quiet moment after the children were finally asleep, both parents too exhausted to do anything but sit together in relief. As the children grew and eventually left, couples sometimes had to relearn how to be together. The roles that had defined them for years, mother and father, were no longer as central. They had to remember who they had been before the children came, or discover who they were now that the children were gone. Some couples struggled with this transition, finding that they had grown apart over the years. Others found a renewed closeness, a return to the partnership they had begun with. In old age, when strength faded and the body became unreliable, the daily care that couples provided for each other took on new meaning. A husband helping his wife dress in the morning, managing buttons and laces that her arthritic fingers could no longer manage. A wife preparing soft foods for her husband when his teeth were gone. These acts of service were not romantic in any conventional sense, but they were expressions of a love that had endured for decades, a commitment that went beyond feeling to something more fundamental. The romance of daily life was not about grand gestures or dramatic declarations. It was about showing up, day after day, year after year. It was about paying attention to small needs, offering comfort when it was needed, and being reliable and steady. It was about building a shared life, one ordinary day at a time, and finding meaning in that accumulation of moments. As the world continued to change, as societies became more individualistic and personal, freedom more valued, the expectations around romance shifted once again. Love was no longer just something that happened within marriage, something that grew slowly over time. It became something that was supposed to precede marriage, something that justified the choice to marry in the first place. Young people began to believe that they should marry for love, that without love a marriage was somehow incomplete or false. The idea of marrying someone you did not love, even if they were suitable in every practical way, began to seem wrong. Love became not just desirable but necessary, the foundation upon which a successful marriage had to be built. This new expectation brought with it a new kind of pressure. You were supposed to fall in love, to experience that intense emotional state that signaled you had found the right person. If you did not feel that intensity, if your affection was mild or uncertain, then perhaps this was not the right match. Perhaps you should keep looking, keep waiting for that powerful emotional experience. Romance became tied to identity, to self-expression, and to personal fulfillment. The person you chose to love said something about who you were. Your relationship was expected to reflect your values, your ideals, and your vision of what life should be. It was not enough for a marriage to be stable and functional. It needed to be meaningful, to contribute to your happiness, and to help you become the person you wanted to be. Love stories became important cultural touchstones. Books, plays, and later films told tales of people finding true love, overcoming obstacles to be together, and discovering happiness in romantic union. These stories shaped expectations and created templates for what love should look like, how it should feel, and what it should achieve. People began to talk about soulmates, about finding the one person who was perfectly suited to you, who completed you, who made you whole. The idea that there was one right person out there, and that finding them was the key to happiness, became deeply embedded in the culture. It raised the stakes enormously. If you chose wrong, if you missed your chance with your soulmate, you might be settling for less than you deserved. This romantic ideal was liberating in some ways. It gave people permission to refuse marriages that did not feel right, and to prioritize their own feelings and preferences. It allowed for the possibility of genuine connection, of choosing a partner because you wanted them, not because you had to. But it also created new anxieties. What if you never found that intense love? What if you married someone and then met someone else who seemed like a better match? What if the feeling faded over time? The emphasis on romantic love also created a kind of isolation. If your partner was supposed to be everything to you, your best friend, your confidant, your passionate lover, your intellectual equal, then you might neglect other relationships. Friends and family became less central, as romantic partnership became the primary relationship, the one that mattered most. There was also an expectation of constant emotional intensity. Couples were supposed to keep the spark alive, to work on their relationship, and to ensure that the passion did not fade. If things became routine or predictable, if the relationship settled into comfortable patterns, that was seen as a problem. You were supposed to keep dating your spouse, to surprise each other, and to maintain the excitement of early courtship throughout decades of marriage. This expectation was exhausting. It required constant effort, constant attention, and a level of emotional energy that was difficult to sustain amid the demands of work, children, household management, and all the other responsibilities of adult life. Some couples managed it, but many did not. They felt guilty for not feeling enough, for not being excited enough, and for letting their relationship become ordinary. The language around romance changed as well. People talked about chemistry, about sparks, about falling for someone. These metaphors suggested that love was something that happened to you, something beyond your control, rather than something you chose or built. If the chemistry was there, If the spark existed, then the relationship had potential. If not, then perhaps you were incompatible, regardless of how well you got along or how much you had in common. This focus on initial attraction and emotional intensity sometimes led people to overlook deeper compatibilities or to dismiss relationships that started slowly. They were waiting for the lightning bolt, the overwhelming feeling that told them this was it. Relationships that began more quietly, that developed gradually, might be abandoned before they had a chance to grow into something substantial. At the same time, when people did find that intense connection, when they experienced the overwhelming feeling of being in love, it could be transformative. They felt seen, understood, and valued in a way they had never experienced before. They believed they had found someone who truly knew them, who accepted them completely. This feeling of recognition, of finding someone who made sense to you, was powerful and meaningful. For those who achieved it, a relationship based on genuine emotional connection, mutual respect, and shared values could be deeply fulfilling. It offered a level of intimacy and understanding that earlier forms of partnership often lacked. It allowed for personal growth, for self-expression, and for the experience of being fully yourself with another person. But the expectation that everyone should achieve this, that this kind of romance was not just ideal but necessary, created problems. It meant that many people felt inadequate if their relationships did not measure up, if they did not feel the constant intensity they believed they were supposed to feel. It meant that perfectly functional, affectionate partnerships were sometimes abandoned in pursuit of something more exciting, more passionate, and more fulfilling. And now, in the quiet of this moment, as you consider all the ways romance has changed across time, you might notice something settling. A recognition that the thing we call romance has never been fixed, has never been one single truth. It has always been shaped by the world people lived in, by what they needed from each other, and by what they believed was possible. In the beginning, there was simply partnership. Two people working together to survive, to build a life, to continue. No one asked if they were in love. No one wondered if they had made the right choice. They simply continued, and sometimes affection grew, and sometimes it did not, and both were acceptable. Then came arrangements, marriages built on strategy and alliance, on the careful negotiation of family futures. Love might appear in these marriages, slowly, quietly, or it might not. But the marriages endured either way, held together by duty and practicality and the weight of expectation. Courtly love introduced longing, the idea that desire could be valuable in itself, and that loving from a distance could refine you and elevate you. It existed mostly in imagination, in performance, in the space between wanting and having. It did not replace practical marriage, but it suggested that there could be something more, something beyond arrangement. Then emotion became important. Feelings became worth examining, and people began to believe they should choose partners they actually liked, people they could talk to, and people who understood them. Romance moved inward, becoming something you felt rather than something you performed. Letters and tokens replaced public declarations. Private feelings mattered more than public display. Within marriage, within the home, romance became daily care. Small gestures, shared routines, the comfort of presence. It was expressed through reliability, through showing up, through the accumulated weight of years spent together. It was not dramatic, but it was real, woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And then The expectation shifted again and became more demanding. Love was supposed to be intense, fulfilling, and meaningful. It was supposed to provide happiness, to complete you, to make you whole. The person you chose was supposed to be everything, and if they were not, if the feeling faded or became routine, that was seen as failure. But lying here now, allowing your mind to drift through all these different versions of romance, you might notice that none of them was entirely wrong. Each was true for its time, true for the people who lived it. The farmer's wife who never spoke of love but who worked beside her husband for 40 years. The arranged bride who slowly grew to appreciate her husband's kindness. The knight composing poems to a distant lady. The young couple exchanging letters, discovering each other through words. The old husband helped his wife with buttons she could no longer manage. The modern lovers seeking intensity and meaning. All of it was romance in its way. All of it was people trying to connect, trying to find closeness, and trying to build something together. The forms changed, the expectations changed, the language changed, but the underlying human need remained constant. The need to be known, the need to be valued, the need to not be alone. Perhaps what matters is not which version of romance is correct, but recognizing that romance has always been flexible, has always adapted to circumstances, and has always been shaped by what people needed it to be. In times when survival was uncertain, it was practical and quiet. In times when families needed alliances, it was strategic and patient. In times when individual choice became possible, it became emotional and personal. In times when fulfillment became expected, it became intense and demanding. And perhaps, in this moment, romance can be simply what it is for you, not what you're told it should be, not what stories and songs suggest it must be, but what actually exists in your life, in your connections, in the small moments of understanding and care that pass between people who know each other. It might be the comfort of familiar presence. It might be someone remembering how you like your tea. It might be a shared glance that requires no explanation. It might be silence that feels peaceful rather than empty. It might be the knowledge that someone will be there tomorrow and the day after without drama or intensity, simply present. Or it might be something more. It might be passion and excitement and the thrill of discovery. It might be a deep conversation that lasts for hours. It might be feeling seen and understood in a way that transforms you. Romance has room for all of it, and has always had room for all of it. The weight of expectation, and the pressure to feel a certain way, and to experience love in a particular form, begin to lift. You can let go of the idea that there is one right way to experience connection. You can accept that what you feel, whatever it is valid, that the shape your relationships take is allowed to be your own. History shows us that romance is not one thing, and has never been one thing. It is not owned by any era or culture. It belongs to all the people who have ever reached for connection, in whatever form that connection took. The arranged bride finding unexpected affection, the courtly lover cherishing impossible desire, the modern couple seeking fulfillment, the old partners caring for each other with gentle hands. All of them were doing the same thing in different ways, trying to be close to another person, trying to find meaning in that closeness, trying to build something that could endure, or at least something that mattered while it lasted. And you, lying here in the darkness, breathing slowly, feeling your body settle, you are part of that same long story. Your experiences of connection, however they have unfolded, belong to that history. They are not separate from it. They are the continuation of something that has been happening for as long as people have existed. Romance has meant many different things throughout history, and it will mean many different things in the future. It will continue to change, to adapt, to take new forms. But beneath all the changes, beneath all the different expressions and expectations, there is something constant, the human need for closeness, the desire to be known and to know another, the hope that we do not have to face life entirely alone. That need has never changed. It has existed in every era, in every culture, and in every form of relationship humans have created. And it exists now, in this moment, in whatever form it takes for you. So let it be what it is. Let romance be the quiet presence of someone who knows you. Let it be the accumulated weight of shared years. Let it be the excitement of new connection. Let it be patient and slow. Let it be intense and consuming. Let it be practical and steady. Let it be expressed or unexpressed. Let it be enough, whatever shape it takes. The stories we tell about romance, the expectations we carry and the ideals we pursue are all just attempts to capture something that is ultimately beyond capture. Love, connection, affection, partnership, whatever we call it, it remains fundamentally mysterious. It happens between people in ways that cannot be fully explained or predicted or controlled, and perhaps that is enough to know that it exists, that it has always existed, that it will continue to exist, that it takes many forms, that no single form is the right one, and that each person finds their own way through the landscape of connection and closeness. The night is quiet now. Your breathing has slowed. Your thoughts are drifting, loosening their grip on analysis and understanding. You can let go of trying to figure it out, trying to determine what romance should be. You can simply rest in the knowledge that it is, that it has been, and that it will continue to be, changing and constant at the same time. People have always loved each other in one way or another. They have built lives together, cared for each other, and found meaning in each other's presence. The details have changed, but the essential truth remains. We're not meant to be entirely alone. We reach for connection in whatever form we can find it, and that reaching is enough. Let yourself settle into that truth. Let the weight of expectation fall away. Let the pressure to feel a certain way, to achieve a certain kind of relationship, and to experience romance in any particular form dissolve into the quiet darkness. What remains is simple, human, the knowledge that connection matters, that closeness is valuable, and that the ways we care for each other, in whatever small or large ways we manage, are real, and they count. Romance has meant many things throughout history. It will mean many things tomorrow, but tonight, in this moment, it can simply rest. It can be whatever quiet truth lives in your own experience, without judgment, without comparison, and without pressure. Just connection, just presence, just the ongoing, ever-changing, always human attempt to be close to another person, to build something together, to not face the world entirely alone. And that is enough. That has always been enough. That will always be enough. Rest now. Let it all settle. Let the long story of romance continue without you for a while. It will be there in the morning, in whatever form it takes, and you will meet it again when you are ready. For now, just rest. Just breathe. Just be. The night holds you gently. History holds you gently. All the people who have loved in all the different ways throughout all the years, they are with you in this moment, a quiet presence, a reminder that you are part of something larger, something that continues, something that endures. Rest. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes, and then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day, you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night, you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you, which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. and this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming, not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship. Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. Which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation. which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option: temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you. Then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city, someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone. But they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the god spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did, or rather you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams, but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. Remember your dreams, he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention. So you start trying. That first night you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly. This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the fifth night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, I should remember this for my dream journal. It's brief and you usually forget it anyway despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself. Brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately. but he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, you're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, "My legs feel strange. Am I dreaming?" The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. Cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, "I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow." That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you were having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. That moment of recognition, he said, is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believed the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey. He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, "Am I dreaming?" Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're skeptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness, in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back. Unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting, making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realise, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied, which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains, stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion. thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow, becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention, where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely, or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state, consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, "I'm sleeping, and I know it." It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, "God is showing me this." The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you, the Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog, that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realise you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited, and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves, spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians, a single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden. I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation, you can't see how. You decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualize it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance, and then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see. And then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But dream time follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, you find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams, not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began? Or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, you've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, it's about digestion. Anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable, but 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realised you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then look back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing. Specifically, how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany, now it's written in a language you don't recognise but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window, where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely. And yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you, the familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window, just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is a perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight, more like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearest shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy, especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months, you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream, through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, you're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting, but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, what's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future. You mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic. But he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. "Yes," he says, leaning forward in his chair, "this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended." He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, "Am I dreaming?" and look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, "The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming," or "I will recognize my dreams as dreams." Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigor you would bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, "This is a dream, I'm safe." The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. but it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, "I will recognise my dreams," as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, this doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed. The weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing: awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions, to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly, without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight, trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up, too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input, are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration, a place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important, so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudoscientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep, and not just creating false memories upon waking, or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately, that they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralyzed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralyzed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge review the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognized it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before, that's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. LaBerge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognize dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left. The next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing, that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. but you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world, bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent: left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep, exactly when and where it should be if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking, but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive, but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognise. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks you're writing full sentences. After a month you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs. Things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognize when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming? While you're obviously, undeniably awake. You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming, embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, You repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there, the impossible door is still there, but your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly, mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like. That dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams. Not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilize the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements. People have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralyzed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialized practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognize when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping. And if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that Consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting, but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself, the moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to am I dreaming is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Welcome to tonight's journey through one of history's most understated treasures. For the next hour, you'll discover how a single golden liquid transformed kitchens, illuminated cities, healed bodies, and connected distant shores across thousands of years. Now please imagine, if you will, in that comfy purple mattress that's so snuggly and cosy, that you're standing in a grove that predates written language. The trees around you twist skyward with bark as gnarled as braided rope. Their trunks wide enough that you'd need 3 people linking hands to encircle the oldest ones. These olive trees have witnessed empires rise and crumble, their roots drinking from the same limestone soil for 1,000 years or more. The leaves catch afternoon light with a peculiar shimmer, silver underneath, grey-green on top, creating a rustling canopy that sounds like distant rainfall even on windless days. Your fingers brush against bark that feels like cooled lava, all ridges and valleys frozen mid-flow. The tree doesn't grow straight. It spirals, corkscrews, and splits into multiple trunks that rejoin higher up, as if the wood itself can't decide which direction leads to sunlight. Some branches look dead until you notice the small green shoots emerging from what appeared to be driftwood. Olive trees, you've learned, refuse to die easily. Cut one down to a stump, and it sends up new growth within seasons. Set fire to an entire grove, and the roots wait patiently underground, ready to sprout again when conditions improve. The fruit hanging before you looks nothing like the glossy black olives in jars. These are small, hard, green things about the size of a large marble, with a waxy coating that repels morning dew. You pick one and bite down without thinking, then immediately regret it. The bitterness floods your mouth like you've licked a battery, a chemical tang so intense it makes your jaw ache. You spit it out quickly, understanding now why these olives need processing, need time, and need human intervention to become edible. Raw olives contain oleuropein, a compound so bitter it serves as the tree's defense mechanism against animals who might otherwise devour the fruit before seeds can spread. Around you, other harvesters work with the patience of people who've performed this task since childhood. An older woman spreads wide nets beneath a particularly heavy-laden tree, securing the corners with stones so wind won't disturb them. 2 younger people carry wooden ladders worn smooth by decades of hands, positioning them carefully against branches as thick as their torsos. There's minimal talking. Everyone knows their role in this harvest that's been repeated the same way for generations, stretching back before anyone bothered recording such things. The traditional harvest happens in late autumn when the olives transition from green to purple to black, though your village prefers picking them young and green. This timing affects the oil's flavour. Earlier harvests produce oil with more bitterness and pepper, and later harvests bring sweetness and buttery notes. You watch as someone uses a hand rake to comb through branches, encouraging olives to drop into nets below without damaging the wood. The sound of fruit hitting fabric creates a gentle percussion, hundreds of small impacts that blend into white noise after a while. A few trees over, someone has climbed high into the canopy, visible only as shifting branches and the occasional glimpse of a tunic. Olives rain down in small clusters, bouncing off nets and rolling toward the edges where children wait to gather escapees. The kids compete to see who can collect the most strays, turning tedious labour into a game the way children always manage. Their laughter carries across the grove, breaking the meditative silence for a moment before being absorbed back into the rustle of silver leaves. You bend to help gather olives from a full net, scooping handfuls into a woven basket that smells of earth and previous harvests. Each olive feels cool and firm, with a weight that belies its size. The basket grows heavy quickly. Olive wood is dense, and even the fruit carries substantial mass. Your back reminds you of its presence as you hoist the full basket and carry it toward collection carts, waiting at the grove's edge. The path between trees is worn smooth by countless feet walking this exact route, autumn after autumn, carrying baskets just like yours. At the collection point, baskets get emptied into larger containers, creating small avalanches of green-purple fruit that click against wood like hail on a roof. Someone tallies the harvest in marks on a clay tablet, tracking which families contributed which amounts. The accounting matters less than you'd expect. Most of the oil will be pressed and shared communally anyway, with extra jars going to families who contributed the most labour. It's an economy based on effort rather than ownership, on collective understanding rather than written contracts. The grove extends farther than you can see from ground level, hundreds of trees marching up hillsides too rocky and steep for grain crops. This is the olive's gift to Mediterranean peoples. It thrives where wheat and barley fail, asking only for limestone soil, hot dry summers, and mild wet winters. The trees need almost no care once established. No irrigation, no fertilizer, minimal pruning. They simply exist, producing fruit year after year with a reliability that sustains civilizations through droughts that would have killed any other crop. As sunset approaches, the harvesting slows. People roll up nets, secure ladders, and cover collection baskets with fabric to protect them from dew and opportunistic birds. Tomorrow you'll begin the pressing, but tonight the olives will rest, and so will you. Walking home through dimming light, you notice how the silver undersides of olive leaves seem to glow faintly, catching the last rays of sun and holding them a moment longer than other trees. It's a small magic, this luminescence, but appropriate for a tree whose fruit will eventually become light itself. The pressing room smells of crushed vegetation and stone dust, with undertones of fermentation that aren't unpleasant once you adjust. You're standing before a millstone larger than a wagon wheel, watching it rotate slowly around a vertical axis, while a donkey plods in circles, connected to the stone by a worn wooden beam. The donkey knows this work intimately, requiring no guidance, placing each hoof with the careful precision of someone who's traced this exact circle thousands of times. Its eyes hold that distant look animals develop when performing tasks that require presence but not attention. Beneath the rolling stone, olives gradually transform from individual fruits into a purple-brown paste. The millstone doesn't crush so much as grind. Its weight sufficient to break down flesh and pit together into a thick mixture that releases the first hints of oil. You can see it glistening on the stone surface, catching light from oil lamps hung around the room. The paste collects in a stone basin carved smooth over centuries of use, its surface stained dark from countless pressings. Someone adds a new basket of olives to the mill's edge, where the stone will eventually reach them and pull them into its grinding path. The addition barely interrupts the rhythm. The donkey continues its circuit, the stone continues its rotation, and the paste grows deeper in the collection basin. Watching the process induces a kind of trance. The circular motion, the steady progress, and the gradual transformation happening at a pace that defeats impatience. This isn't work you can rush. Oil extraction requires time to do its work properly. When the paste reaches sufficient consistency, something judged by eye and texture rather than measurement, workers scoop it into woven bags made from esparto grass or hemp. These bags get stacked carefully on a pressing platform, alternating with round wooden discs that distribute pressure evenly. You help position the bags, feeling the paste's cool moisture seep through the weaving, leaving your hands slick. The paste smells vegetal and alive, nothing like the refined oil you'll eventually pour into storage jars. The press itself dominates the room, a massive wooden screw carved from a single beam, operated by a long lever that extends out like a ship's boom. The screw's threads are hand-cut, showing the irregular marks of the adze that shaped them. 4 people take positions along the lever, preparing to walk the circle that will drive the screw downward into the stacked bags. Someone gives a signal and everyone pushes, leaning their weight into wood smoothed by countless palms. The screw descends slowly, grudgingly, protesting with creaks that echo off stone walls. As pressure builds, the first oil emerges. It seeps through the bag, weaving, runs down the sides of the discs, and collects in a shallow trough carved into the pressing platform. The liquid catches lamplight and throws it back transformed, no longer white light but something golden, viscous, and alive. This first pressing produces the finest oil, cold extracted without heat, carrying the full complexity of the fruit. You watch it accumulate with the satisfaction of witnessing creation, raw material becoming treasure through nothing but pressure and patience. The workers continue pushing, walking their circle around the press, adding their strength to the screw's mechanical advantage. The more oil flows, the more the bags flatten, and the paste inside compresses into denser layers. Eventually the flow slows to occasional drops, each one forming at the bag's lowest point, swelling, then falling to join its predecessors in the collection trough. When drops become rare enough to count individually, the pressing stops. The bags get removed, and the compressed paste inside is now formed into hard cakes. These pressed cakes still contain oil, but extracting it requires different methods. Some producers add hot water and press again, creating a lower grade oil suitable for lamps rather than tables. Others save the cakes as fuel. They burn slowly and steadily, perfect for heating bath water or firing pottery kilns. Nothing goes to waste in this economy where olives represent months of labour transformed into liquid value. You help transfer the freshly pressed oil from the collection trough into settling vessels, wide clay containers where the oil will separate from residual water and plant particles. The settling takes days, gravity doing slow work that can't be hurried. Oil floats naturally above water, creating a distinct boundary you can see even in lamplight. The finest oil rises to the top, clear and golden. Below it, a layer of cloudy oil mixed with plant particles. Below that, the vegetable water, called amurca, is still useful for various purposes, but is no longer food. The pressing room maintains a temperature cooler than outside, taking advantage of thick stone walls and minimal windows. Heat damages oil, encouraging rancidity and destroying the delicate compounds that give good oil its character. The workers here understand chemistry without knowing its name, using observation and tradition to guide processes that modern science has only recently explained. They know that green olives pressed early yield spicy oil. They know that damaged fruit creates off flavours. They know that metal containers corrupt the taste while clay preserves it. A large jar in the corner holds oil from earlier pressings, its surface covered with a layer of natural sediment that protects the liquid beneath from oxidation. Someone dips a small clay cup into the clear oil below the sediment layer, then offers it to you. You taste it carefully. First the fruit, then the pepper at the back of your throat, then a bitterness that's somehow pleasant, all of it balanced in a way that makes you understand why people have valued this substance for thousands of years. It tastes like the grove, like sunlight on silver leaves, like patient labour rewarded. As the day's pressing concludes, workers clean tools with hot water and coarse cloths, scrubbing away paste residue before it can harden. The millstone gets a final rotation with nothing beneath it, clearing away remaining debris. The donkey is unhitched, led to water and feed. Its work done until tomorrow brings another rotation of the same wheel, the same circle, the same transformation of fruit into gold. You leave the pressing room with hands that smell of olives, a scent that will linger for days no matter how many times you wash. Your kitchen measures perhaps 12 feet square, with a floor of packed earth worn smooth as river stones. Sunlight enters through a single window covered with an oiled cloth that glows amber when backlit. The room's heart is a raised hearth built from stacked stone, its surface blackened by decades of cooking fires. Next to the hearth sits a row of storage vessels, each taller than a child, their clay surfaces cool despite the warm afternoon. One of these jars holds olive oil, perhaps 40 litres pressed last autumn, sealed with a clay stopper and wax to keep air from spoiling its contents. You tip the large jar carefully, letting oil flow into a smaller vessel that's easier to handle. The oil moves more slowly than water, with a thickness that makes it want to cling to surfaces. It catches light as it pours, transforming from golden to amber to almost green depending on the angle. This oil will flavour tonight's meal and tomorrow's and the day after that. A constant presence in cooking as fundamental as fire itself. Without it, your cuisine would lose half its identity, becoming something unrecognisable to anyone raised on the Mediterranean shores. On a wooden cutting board you arrange vegetables for tonight's meal. Leeks, onions, some early greens, and lentils that have been soaking since morning. The knife in your hand is bronze, its edge requiring regular sharpening but holding a keenness that iron tools will later struggle to match. You chop the leeks into rounds and the onions into rough chunks, working with the casual efficiency of someone who's prepared thousands of meals. Each piece falls into a clay bowl already slicked with olive oil, the vegetables beginning their transformation even before heat arrives. The cooking pot is ceramic, its inside surface darkened by use but still sound, free of cracks that would let liquid seep through. You pour olive oil into the pot first, enough to coat the bottom generously, perhaps a quarter cup by modern measurements, though you judge by eye and habit rather than precise amounts. The oil spreads across the pot's interior, finding every curve and depression, creating a golden pool that will prevent food from sticking and contribute its own flavour to whatever cooks within. Coals from the morning's fire still glow red beneath white ash. You brush away the ash with a bundle of straw, exposing the heat beneath, then position the pot carefully over the hottest section. The oil begins warming immediately, its surface developing the faintest shimmer as convection currents move through it. You test the temperature by dropping a small piece of onion into the oil. It should sizzle gently without immediately browning, creating a sustained hiss that tells you the heat is right. The vegetables go in next, tumbling from bowl to pot with sounds that satisfy on some primal level. The hiss of moisture meeting hot oil, the crackle as sugars begin to caramelise, and the aromatic steam that rises to fill the kitchen with promise. You stir with a wooden spoon worn smooth by years of use, its handle permanently stained with oil that's seeped into the wood grain. The vegetables soften gradually, their colours intensifying rather than fading, olive oil preserving the bright greens and deep purples in ways that water-based cooking never could. A small jug on the shelf holds oil reserved for finishing dishes, the finest pressing, kept separate for drizzling over food just before serving. This oil never sees heat, preserving all the delicate compounds that make it special. You'll use it tonight to dress lentils after they finish cooking, adding a final layer of flavour that heat-treated oil can't provide. The difference between cooking oil and finishing oil matters enormously, though explaining exactly why requires vocabulary your culture hasn't yet developed. While the vegetables cook, you prepare flatbread dough. Flour, water, a pinch of salt and olive oil work together until the mixture stops sticking to your hands. The oil makes the dough more forgiving, easier to handle and less likely to tear when you stretch it thin. You let it rest while the lentils simmer, the dough developing texture through time rather than effort. Later you'll form it into circles, cooking them directly on a hot stone at the hearth's edge, brushing each finished bread with olive oil to keep it soft. In the corner, a smaller jar holds olive oil infused with herbs. Rosemary, thyme and bay leaves submerged in oil for weeks until their essences permeate the liquid. You use this for special occasions, but even ordinary days might see it appear if meals feel too plain. The herbs add complexity, yes, but more importantly they preserve the oil's freshness, their natural antibacterial properties extending shelf life in ways that seem almost magical. You understand this works without knowing why, following practices handed down through generations of cooks who discovered through trial and error what science will later explain. The lentils need another addition of oil midway through cooking, not for flavour this time, but to prevent them from foaming over. A thin stream poured across the pot's surface calms the bubbling immediately, the oil spreading to trap and collapse foam before it can escape. This trick works so reliably you barely think about it anymore, just as you barely think about breathing. Olive oil isn't an ingredient you add to cooking, it's the medium within which cooking happens, as essential as the pot itself. As evening deepens, you light lamps throughout the house. These are simple clay vessels with a spout for the wick and a hole for pouring fuel. Olive oil fills each lamp the same oil you cook with, though perhaps an older pressing or a lower grade that's developed a slight bitterness. The wicks are twisted flax, trimmed regularly to prevent smoking. You light them one by one, watching small flames appear and settle into steady burning. The light they cast is warmer than later petroleum products will provide, with a slight golden quality that makes skin look healthier and food more appetizing. The meal finishes cooking as full darkness arrives. You ladle lentils into shallow bowls, vegetables into a communal dish, and bread onto a wooden board. The final touch, that reserved finishing oil gets drizzled over everything with a practiced hand, creating glossy pools that sink slowly into the hot food. The aroma is extraordinary, all the meal's elements unified by this single ingredient that's touched every component from raw to finished. You eat with bread torn by hand, using pieces to scoop up lentils and vegetables, the bread's oil-brush surface making each bite rich enough to satisfy without overwhelming. After the meal, you save the oil that remains in serving dishes, pouring it back into storage rather than discarding it. This oil has taken on flavours from the food it touched, making it perfect for tomorrow's cooking, where those flavours will contribute to new dishes. Nothing goes to waste in a household where olive oil represents stored labour, stored sunlight, and stored wealth in its most fungible form. The jars in your kitchen hold more than food. They hold security, knowing that even if grain harvests fail, these sealed vessels contain enough calories to see your family through lean months. You're walking through the city after sunset, navigating streets that would be treacherous without illumination. Light spills from every window and doorway, each building contributing its share to the collective effort of holding darkness at bay. The primary source of all this light hangs from brackets, sits in niches, and rests on ledges. Thousands of small clay lamps, each burning olive oil with a steadiness that candles will later struggle to match. The flames are surprisingly bright, numerous enough that you can read inscriptions on public buildings, recognise faces from 20 feet away, and avoid stepping in things better left unmentioned. The city's main street features elaborate lampstands taller than a person, designed to illuminate public spaces where citizens gather after daylight ends. These stands hold multiple lamps arranged in tiers, creating islands of brightness that push back shadows. Someone maintains these lamps, refilling oil, trimming wicks, and ensuring flames don't fail during the night hours when their absence would be most keenly felt. It's a public service as important as maintaining wells or repairing roads, paid for by wealthy citizens who understand that dark streets discourage commerce and encourage crimes. You pass a merchant shop where lamplight streams through an open doorway, revealing customers examining goods despite the late hour. The shop's interior blazes with perhaps 20 lamps positioned throughout the space, on counters, hanging from the ceiling, tucked into corners to eliminate all shadows. This abundance of light represents significant expense, with olive oil consumed by the litre each night, but the merchant considers it essential. Customers won't buy what they can't properly see, and the extended hours more than compensate for the fuel costs. A temple ahead uses light as an element of religious experience, with hundreds of lamps arranged to create specific effects. Flames reflect off polished marble, multiply in bronze mirrors, and cast shadows of columns that seem to dance as air currents make the flames flicker. The priests understand lighting design intuitively, positioning lamps to emphasize divine statues while leaving other areas in mysterious dimness. The interplay of the light and shadow transforms architecture into theatre, making the sacred space feel separate from the mundane world outside. At a corner you notice someone refilling street lamps from a large jug, moving from bracket to bracket with practiced efficiency. The lamplighter pours oil through a small funnel, careful not to spill or overfill, knowing exactly how much each lamp needs to burn through the night. When one lamp shows a weak flame, the lamplighter adjusts the wick, pulling it slightly higher to draw more oil, increasing brightness. This work continues every evening, a routine as regular as sunrise, ensuring the city never returns to the vulnerability of total darkness. You turn down a residential street where light is more modest but still present. Each household maintains at least one lamp visible from the street, a contribution to collective safety that custom demands even from the poorest families. Some windows show the warm glow of multiple lamps inside, suggesting households wealthy enough for evening activities beyond sleep. Others display single flames, sufficient for basic tasks but leaving much of the interior in darkness. You can map the neighbourhood's economic geography by counting visible flames. A tavern ahead spills light and sound into the street, its doorway bright as midday. Inside, lamps hang from every available beam, clustered so densely their individual flames blend into general brilliance. The tavern keeper understands that darkness encourages sleep, while light encourages spending. So the oil flows freely, the wicks burn tall, and customers linger hours past what they originally intended. This calculated generosity with lighting costs less than the additional wine and food sales it generates. Down a side alley, you glimpse a different kind of flame, the blue-tinged burn of a lamp fueled by something other than pure olive oil. Lower-grade pressings, vegetable water with residual oil content, and even fish oil in coastal cities. All these find their way into lamps when pure olive oil's cost exceeds someone's budget. The resulting flames burn dirtier, producing more smoke and less light, but still push back darkness more effectively than no light at all. You can judge household finances by the quality of flame visible through windows, A bathhouse complex ahead glows like a beacon, light streaming from high windows where steam clouds the glass. Inside, hundreds of lamps maintain illumination even in the bathing rooms, where moisture and heat create challenges for maintaining flames. Special lamps with protective covers keep water from drowning wicks, while ventilation systems draw smoke away before it can accumulate enough to bother bathers. The bathhouse advertises its luxury partly through this profligate use of light. If they can afford to illuminate even the changing rooms brilliantly, clearly they spare no expense elsewhere. You reach your destination, a friend's apartment on the 3rd floor of an insula. The building's stairwell is dark except for a single lamp on each landing, just enough to prevent falls but requiring careful attention to where you place your feet. This minimal lighting represents a calculated economy. The building's landlord provides enough oil for safety but nothing more. Residents who want brighter stairwells bring their own lamps, carrying them up and down like the portable light sources that they are. Inside your friend's apartment, several lamps create a comfortable glow that makes the small space feel welcoming. The lamps sit on a shelf specifically designed for them, positioned to illuminate the room without risk of being knocked over. Wicks are trimmed short to prevent smoking, and flames are adjusted to provide light without wasting oil. Your friend demonstrates a technique for making oil last longer, adding water to the lamp's base, creating a layer beneath the oil that the wick can't reach. As the oil burns down, it eventually sits atop water, and the wick stops drawing fuel precisely when the oil is exhausted, preventing waste. You notice how the lamplight makes everything look slightly golden, skin tones warmer, food more appetizing, and the room's worn furniture more presentable. This is olive oil's gift beyond mere illumination. It transforms vision itself, making the night world gentler than daylight ever appears. Modern electric light will later strip away this warmth, replacing it with harsh neutrality that claims to show things as they really are. But people raised by olive oil flames know the truth. Reality has always been golden at the edges, warm in the shadows, and soft where darkness and light meet. As you eventually leave and walk home, the city's lights create a constellation at ground level, each flame a small star burning olive oil instead of hydrogen. The collective brightness is sufficient that you can see clouds reflecting the glow, the night sky above the city subtly lighter than the rural darkness beyond the walls. This artificial day extends human activity hours past what nature intended, and all of it runs on olives, on groves and presses and jars of golden fuel that makes civilization possible after sunset. You're watching a physician prepare for treatment in a room that smells of herbs and heated olive oil. The physician works at a table covered with small ceramic vessels, each containing different preparations, some pure oil, others infused with plant materials whose properties have been observed and catalogued through generations of practice. The doctor's hands move with the confidence of someone who's performed these preparations thousands of times, measuring by eye, adjusting proportions based on factors that have more to do with intuition than formula. A patient sits nearby, an older man with joint pain that worsens each winter. The physician warms olive oil in a shallow bronze pan held over a small brazier, monitoring temperature by testing drops on the back of one hand. When the oil reaches the right warmth, hot enough to feel therapeutic but not burning, the physician applies it to the patient's knees, working the oil into the skin with firm circular motions. The patient's expression shifts from discomfort to relief as warmth penetrates into joints, the oil carrying heat deeper than it would penetrate alone. The massage continues for perhaps 20 minutes, the physician's hands never pausing, maintaining constant contact with skin that gradually pinked from increased blood flow. More oil gets added as the first application absorbs into the skin, the physician using far more than you'd expect, believing that generous amounts work better than conservative applications. The excess doesn't bother anyone. What doesn't absorb will be wiped away, and the oil will be transferred to cloths that will later be used for other purposes. Nothing goes to waste. On the table, another preparation waits, olive oil infused with chamomile, lavender, and something else you don't recognise. The physician explains that this mixture helps with sleep troubles, the herb's properties carried into the body through skin absorption. You're sceptical about herbs affecting sleep through topical application, but the physician insists that patients report better rest after evening massages with this particular blend. Whether it works through absorption or simply because warm oil massage relaxes people, the result seems consistent enough to justify the preparation's existence. A younger woman arrives with a skin condition, patches of dry, flaking skin on her arms that itch constantly. The physician examines the affected areas, then reaches for a jar of olive oil mixed with beeswax and something that smells faintly of pine. This preparation has the consistency of soft butter, spreading easily, but staying where it's applied rather than running off skin. The physician applies it generously to the affected areas, explaining that the oil softens the skin while the wax creates a barrier that prevents moisture loss. The pine component, collected as resin from local trees, helps reduce inflammation through mechanisms the physician doesn't fully understand but has observed countless times. You watch the physician prepare a wound dressing for someone who burned their hand in a cooking fire. A clean cloth gets soaked in olive oil and then wrapped around the injury after cleaning. The oil-soaked bandage keeps air from reaching the burned skin, reducing pain and preventing the wound from drying into hard scabs that might crack and reopen. The physician changes the dressing daily, each time applying fresh oil, maintaining the wound in a moist environment that promotes healing. Modern medicine will eventually prove this treatment effective, though the physician's great-great-grandchildren won't live long enough to see that validation. In the corner, large storage jars hold olive oil reserved specifically for medical use. Not necessarily the finest pressing, but clean oil from healthy fruit, free of the rancidity that develops in poorly stored supplies. The physician checks these stores regularly, ensuring sufficient quantity to handle the regular stream of patients who arrive seeking treatment for ailments ranging from minor skin irritations to serious injuries. During epidemic years, oil consumption increases dramatically as the physician treats more patients than usual, applying oil to fever-hot skin, mixing it with medicines that need a carrier base, and using it to prevent bed sores in patients too weak. To move, a shelf holds specialised tools, bronze instruments for scraping oil from skin after massages, small cups for mixing preparations, mortars for grinding herbs that will be infused into oil, and delicate measuring spoons that allow precise dosing when patients need specific amounts of medicated preparations. Each tool shows the wear of regular use, bronze surfaces polished by countless cleanings, and ceramic mortars stained from hundreds of different herb mixtures. This is a working space, not decorative. Every item is present because it serves a practical purpose. The physician prepares an oil mixture for you to take home, explaining its use for minor cuts and scrapes. The base is pure olive oil, with small amounts of crushed garlic for its antibacterial properties and honey for wound sealing. The mixture smells pungent but not unpleasant, and the physician assures you it prevents the festering that turns minor injuries into serious problems. You'll use it whenever someone in your household suffers a cut, applying it twice daily until healing completes. The preparation will last months if stored properly, the olive oil preventing bacterial growth in the honey-garlic mixture through mechanisms nobody will understand for another 2,000 years. Before leaving, you notice the physician's own hands, smooth, supple, and showing none of the roughness you'd expect from someone who works constantly. The physician catches your glance and holds up both hands, demonstrating skin that seems younger than the face above it. The secret is simple: constant contact with olive oil, hands soaking in it daily through the work of treating others. The oil penetrates so deeply and so regularly that the physician's skin maintains flexibility that people decades younger might envy. It's an occupational benefit, unintended but welcome, that makes the physician's hands themselves an advertisement for oil's properties. You head to the public baths next, a routine that's as much about social connection as hygiene. The bath complex's entrance area smells powerfully of olive oil, the scent intensified by heat and humidity drifting from the bathing rooms beyond. Attendants stand ready with bronze implements and ceramic vessels, prepared to perform the scraping ritual that's become central to bathing culture. You pass through to the changing room, storing clothes in a cubby while trying to remember which number your belongings occupy. The warm room comes first, with a temperature comfortable enough to begin sweating without shocking the system. An attendant approaches with a ceramic vessel of olive oil, offering to perform the full cleansing ritual. You agree, and the attendant begins applying oil generously across your skin, arms, legs, back, chest, using enough that it runs in small rivulets before being spread more evenly. The oil sits on skin without immediately absorbing, creating a slick barrier between you and the world. The warm room's heat increases your skin's temperature gradually, opening pores and encouraging perspiration that mixes with the olive oil coating your body. After perhaps 15 minutes, when sweat has begun flowing freely, the attendant returns with a strigil, a curved bronze blade with a handle designed specifically for scraping oil and dirt from skin. The scraping process looks violent, but feels surprisingly pleasant. The blade removing oil, dead skin cells, sweat, and accumulated grime in long strokes that leave clean skin behind. You watch the mixture of oil and removed material collect at the strigil's edge, forming a grey-brown substance that's promptly wiped onto a cloth after each pass. The attendant works methodically, covering every accessible area, occasionally adding more oil where skin seems dry. The scraping removes far more than you expected, revealing skin that looks brighter, feels smoother, and seems to glow with health that wasn't visible before. This is cleaning through oil, paradoxically using fat to remove fat, relying on olive oil's ability to dissolve the oils and grime that water alone can't touch. After the scraping completes, a rinse with clean water removes any remaining oil, though some inevitably stays absorbed into skin, providing moisturising benefits that will last for days. You move through the progressively hotter rooms, then to the cold plunge, the temperature shock closing pores that the warm rooms opened. Throughout the process, olive oil remains present, in lamps providing light, in the massage oil an attendant offers for an additional fee, and in the preparation people apply to their hair to maintain shine and manageability. Leaving the baths, your skin feels different than when you arrived. Softer, cleaner, and somehow more alive. The olive oil treatment has removed layers of dead cells, stimulated circulation, and moisturised deeply enough that you won't need any additional treatment for days. This bathing ritual, practiced by millions across the empire, represents olive oil's role in daily life. A role so fundamental that imagining bathing without it seems impossible. Future generations will use soap and will shower under running water, but they'll lose something in the process. The ritual intimacy with oil that's made skincare a meditative practice rather than a rushed necessity. You're standing on a dock where cargo ships arrive from distant ports, their holds filled with trade goods that represent the economic lifeblood of maritime commerce. Among the crates and bundles, one type of container dominates, the amphora, a clay vessel designed specifically for transporting olive oil across seas. These amphorae stand taller than a child, with pointed bottoms that make them useless for setting on flat surfaces, but perfect for securing in ship holds. Their shape has evolved over centuries toward maximum efficiency, holding approximately 25 litres while remaining light enough for a single person to carry when full. Longshoremen work in teams, moving amphorae from ship to dock using techniques that minimise breakage. One worker positions himself in the ship's hold, hoisting amphorae to a second worker standing at the rail, who passes them to a third on the dock. The amphorae never touch ground during this transfer, always held by someone or leaning against something, their pointed bottoms making them tip immediately if released. This instability is intentional. It forces careful handling, reducing the casual roughness that breaks containers and spills valuable contents. Each amphora bears stamps pressed into its clay handles before firing, marks identifying the producer, the origin estate, and sometimes even the specific year of pressing. These stamps serve as quality guarantees, reputations distilled into small symbols that buyers learn to recognise. An amphora stamped with certain marks commands premium prices because everyone knows those producers harvest early, press carefully, and store properly. Other stamps indicate bulk oil suitable for lamps or soap making rather than direct consumption. The entire system relies on reputation because there's no way to test oil quality before purchasing except by trusting the stamps. You watch a merchant examining amphorae just unloaded from a ship that arrived from somewhere in Greece. The merchant inspects seals on each vessel, ensuring they haven't been broken during transport, checking for cracks in the clay that might indicate spoilage from seawater infiltration. One amphora shows a small crack near the bottom, and the merchant sets it aside for immediate use, knowing it won't survive further transport or extended storage. The oil inside remains good, but the container has become a liability rather than an asset. Prices fluctuate based on information that flows through the same shipping lanes as the oil itself. Word arrives that the harvest failed in one region, and immediately amphorae from that area become more valuable. News of bumper crops elsewhere suppresses prices for oil from successful regions. Pirates captured a convoy last month, and the lost cargo creates temporary scarcity that drives up values. This price instability means merchants who can store oil safely through lean periods make fortunes by selling when supply tightens. In a warehouse behind the docks, thousands of amphorae stand in organised rows, each marked with information about contents, origin, and arrival date. The warehouse keeper maintains careful records, knowing exactly which oils are aging well and which should be sold quickly before they turn rancid. Some oils improve with time, developing complexity that young pressing lacks. Others peak immediately and decline steadily. The warehouse keeper's expertise lies in understanding these differences, in knowing which amphorae to hold and which to liquidate. You follow a convoy of carts loaded with amphorae heading inland from the port. The carts move slowly, drivers careful to avoid jolts that might crack clay vessels. The road itself is surprisingly smooth. Maintaining trade routes benefits everyone, so communities along major roads dedicate substantial resources to repairs and improvements. Without good roads, amphora transport becomes prohibitively expensive due to breakage, so road quality directly affects olive oil prices in inland markets. At a way station, you observe the careful process of unloading amphorae for overnight storage. Each vessel gets checked for leaks, then positioned upright in sand-filled boxes that hold them steady. The sand absorbs any seepage while providing cushioning against accidental impacts. This attention to detail throughout the supply chain represents the difference between profitable and unprofitable trade. Oil that reaches markets in good condition sells well. Oil that arrives rancid or leaked away represents pure loss. A merchant you're travelling with explains the economics. An amphora of premium oil cost them 40 denarii at the port. Transport inland will cost another 10. If they reach the destination city without losses, they can sell for 70 denarii, a healthy but not excessive profit that rewards the risk and effort of moving goods from coast to interior. But if half the amphorae break during transport, the profitable venture becomes a disaster. This calculation drives every decision about which roads to take, how fast to travel, and how much to pay for quality carts and experienced drivers. You pass a broken amphora by the roadside, its contents long since soaked into the earth, leaving only pottery shards and a dark stain. The merchant points to it as a cautionary tale. Someone tried to save money with cheaper containers or faster travel, and this is the result. The broken amphora likely represented someone's profit margin for an entire shipment, the loss enough to make the difference between success and failure for a small merchant's yearly ventures. At a market in an inland city, you watch the final step of the journey. Amphorae being opened for the first time since sealing months earlier at Mediterranean coastal estates. A merchant breaks the wax seal carefully, then extracts the clay stopper, immediately smelling the contents to verify quality. Good oil smells fruity and fresh despite its journey. Poor oil reeks of rancidity, of oxidation that's turned fats into compounds that taste as bad as they smell. The merchant's nose determines whether an amphora's contents will be sold as food-grade oil or diverted to industrial uses. Some amphorae contain oil that's travelled unbelievable distances, from groves in North Africa, from estates in Spain, and from islands in the eastern Mediterranean. Each amphora's stamp tells a story of climate and soil and production methods specific to its origin. The diversity available in large city markets would have been unimaginable a few generations earlier, before maritime trade networks integrated olive-producing regions into a single economy. Now you can taste oil from a dozen different regions in a single afternoon. Comparing flavours that reflect terroir as distinctly as wines will later demonstrate. The merchant who opened the amphorae offers taste to potential buyers, pouring small amounts into clay cups. People taste thoughtfully, letting the oil coat their mouths, paying attention to the finish and aftertaste. Some spit after tasting, saving their appetite for food rather than consuming oil directly. Others swallow, appreciating oils that are good enough to enjoy by the spoonful. The tasting process resembles later wine culture's formality, with its own vocabulary for describing qualities that separate excellent from merely adequate. You purchase an amphora of oil from somewhere you've never visited, trusting the stamps and the merchant's reputation. The pointed bottom means you'll need to find a stand to hold it upright in your home, or sink it into sand in a storage room, or lay it on its side in a rack designed for that purpose. The awkward shape that made transport efficient now becomes your problem, a puzzle to solve before you can access the contents. But once solved, this amphora will provide oil for your household for weeks or months. A connection to distant groves and foreign hands that pressed these olives, sealed this container, and sent it off on a journey that ends in your home. You're standing in a temple where olive oil's role transcends practical utility, entering the realm of the sacred. The air smells of burning oil from dozens of lamps, but also of fragrant oils prepared specifically for religious purposes. Olive oil infused with myrrh, frankincense, spikenard, and other precious substances that transform it, from cooking fat to holy. Ointment. A priest prepares for evening rituals, checking that eternal flames still burn, that oil reserves remain sufficient, and that the sacred objects requiring anointing have received their regular applications. The eternal flame occupies the temple's central position, burning in a special lamp that's never allowed to extinguish. This lamp holds the finest olive oil, changed daily to ensure purity, tended by priests whose primary duty is maintaining its flame. The theological implications run deep. Light itself represents divine presence, and olive oil fuels that presence, making it a medium through which the sacred enters the physical world. When priests light lamps from the eternal flame, they're not just providing illumination, but propagating holiness through fire fed by blessed oil. A ceremony begins as a family arrives with their infant for dedication rituals. The priest brings out a small golden vessel containing anointing oil, olive oil blessed through prayers and mixed with aromatic compounds worth more per ounce than gold. Using a thumb, the priest marks the infant's forehead with a small cross of oil, speaking words that connect this child to generations of ancestors who received identical marks. The oil sits visibly on the infant's skin, slowly absorbing, carrying with it whatever properties the blessing supposedly imparted. You watch as the priest anoints other objects, a new altar cloth, a restored section of temple wall, and a bronze shield dedicated by a successful general. Each receives oil applied with specific prayers, the liquid itself becoming a vehicle for making common things holy. The oil doesn't change physically from this treatment, but in everyone's understanding it changes essentially, becoming something more than pressed olives, even while remaining exactly that. This dual nature, simultaneously mundane and sacred, makes olive oil uniquely suited for religious purposes. In a preparation room you see the process of making sacred oil. The base is pure olive oil from the first pressing, chosen for quality that reflects the importance of its intended use. To this base, priests add ground cinnamon, cassia, myrrh, and other aromatic plants, mixing carefully while reciting prayers meant to infuse the blend with spiritual properties. The resulting oil smells overwhelming and complex, unlike anything used in daily life. Its cost per litre would feed a family for months, making lavish use of it a genuine sacrifice, resources directed toward divine purposes rather than human comfort. A storage room holds amphora of sacred oil, sealed and marked with symbols indicating their consecrated status. These oils are never used for cooking or lamps or any mundane purpose. To do so would be blasphemy, a mixing of categories that must remain separate. Yet they're still olive oil, chemically identical to what fills kitchen jars throughout the city. The difference exists entirely in human intention and social agreement. No test could distinguish sacred from profane oil. This fact bothers no one. The distinction feels as real as the oil itself. During a wedding ceremony, you watch the priest use oil to bless the couple, marking their hands with fragrant oil while pronouncing them joined. The oil's presence in this ceremony isn't decorative. It represents prosperity, divine favour, and the hope that their union will prove as fruitful as olive trees and as enduring as groves that outlive the humans who plant them. Later, the couple will take home a small vessel of blessed oil, keeping it in their household as protection, and a reminder of vows spoken before witnesses, human and divine. A funeral procession arrives, and olive oil plays yet another role in this transition. The body has been anointed with oil as part of preparation for burial, the oil preserving the flesh, while symbolising care and respect for the deceased. Oil-soaked cloths wrap the body, maintaining moisture and preventing the accelerated decomposition that would occur in dry air. Some of these oils are expensive, with families spending significant portions of their savings to ensure proper treatment of their dead. The smell of aromatic oils mixed with human death creates an odour both pleasant and disturbing, beauty and decay intermingled. In a private room, the priest teaches an initiate how to mix sacred oils, explaining proportions and prayers that must accompany the work. This knowledge passes through oral tradition, master to student, creating lineages of specialists who understand both the practical chemistry and ritual requirements of sacred oil production. The initiate watches carefully, memorising not just what the priest does, but how, the specific gestures and words that supposedly transform mixing into blessing. Years from now, this initiate will teach another, and the tradition will continue, olive oil linking generations through unbroken chains of practice. You notice how much olive oil the temple consumes, hundreds of litres monthly just for lamps, dozens more for anointing and blessing, and special reserves for major ceremonies. Maintaining this consumption requires dedicated olive groves, estates that exist solely to supply religious institutions. These sacred groves are managed no differently than commercial ones. They're pruned, harvested, and pressed using identical methods. Yet their oil goes directly to temples, never entering normal commerce, creating a parallel economy of divine provision that mirrors but never touches the secular oil trade. As evening prayers conclude, priests circulate through the temple lighting additional lamps, each flame representing a prayer, a hope, and a connection between worshipper and divine. The practice creates a constellation of small lights, hundreds of flames burning olive oil while people kneel or stand in prayer. The visual effect is powerful, darkness pushed back by collective effort, each lamp an individual contribution to communal brightness. Without olive oil, this display would be impossible. Without olive groves, these temples would stand dark and silent. Walking home through darkness held at bay by oil lamps lining the streets, you reflect on how completely olive oil has woven itself into every aspect of life. It lights your path, flavours your food, heals your injuries, cleanses your body, connects distant regions through trade, and links you to the divine through sacred rituals. No other substance touches so many domains, serves so many purposes, and proves so essential while remaining so humble. The olive tree itself seems unremarkable, gnarled, slow-growing, and demanding little. Yet from its fruit flows civilization's golden thread, binding together all the separate elements that make human life more than mere survival. You're standing in a grove that's witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, its oldest trees planted so long ago that no records document their origins. These ancient olives have felt the footsteps of peoples who spoke languages now lost, who worshipped gods whose names nobody remembers, and who built cities that have eroded back into the hillsides they once crowned. The trees remain, still producing fruit indifferent to the human dramas that have played out beneath their branches. An archaeologist working nearby explains that olive pits found in local excavations date back 8,000 years, meaning people have been harvesting these hillsides since before pottery, before metal tools, and before writing. The relationship between humans and olives here predates civilization itself, existing in some form through every era of human development from stone tools to satellite imagery. The groves you're standing in might not be that ancient, but they descend from those first cultivated trees in an unbroken chain of propagation that spans hundreds of generations. You run your hand along bark that feels like frozen time, ridges and valleys recording decades of growth in patterns as unique as fingerprints. This particular tree is old enough that 3 people linking hands couldn't encircle its trunk. Its hollow interior could shelter several children during rainstorms, yet it produces fruit as reliably as trees a tenth its age. Olive trees don't age like other plants. They don't gradually weaken and die, but simply grow thicker, more gnarled, and more impossible looking while maintaining vitality that seems to contradict everything you understand about mortality. The archaeologist points out ancient stone terraces built to prevent soil erosion. Their construction so solid they still function centuries after the civilization that built them vanished. These terraces create level planting areas on slopes too steep for agriculture, catching rainwater and preserving topsoil that would otherwise wash away during winter storms. The labour involved in building them was enormous. Thousands of hours moving stones, levelling ground, and creating the infrastructure necessary for olive cultivation in challenging terrain. Yet the investment proved worthwhile over time frames that dwarf human lifespans. You notice evidence of ancient pressing operations, circular depressions carved into bedrock where millstones once turned, channels that guided oil from pressing platforms to collection vessels, and anchoring points for press beams. These installations functioned for generations before being abandoned when economic conditions shifted or populations declined. Now they're covered with moss and leaves, slowly eroding, their purpose obvious only to trained observers. The groves they served continue producing, indifferent to whether humans still press their fruit or leave it to fall and rot. Climate patterns recorded in ice cores and lake sediments reveal that this region has experienced dramatic changes during the olive grove's existence. Periods of extreme drought should have killed these trees, yet somehow they endured, their deep roots finding moisture other plants couldn't access. Invasions swept through repeatedly, armies burning farms and slaughtering populations, but olive trees survived because they're nearly impossible to kill completely. Even if trunk and branches burn to ash, roots send up new growth, rebuilding from below ground with patience that makes human urgency seem absurd. An ancient olive tree nearby shows clear signs of having been cut down, then regrowing from the stump, creating multiple new trunks that fuse together over time. The practice of coppicing olives for wood while preserving their root systems allowed farmers to harvest the trees themselves without ending production. The regrown trunks might take 20 years to begin bearing fruit again, but in the olive's timeline, 20 years is nothing, barely worth noticing. This one tree has probably been cut and regrown 5 or 6 times over its existence, each cycle producing decades of firewood while the roots waited patiently for their chance to rebuild. You sit beneath a massive olive and try to imagine the lives it's witnessed. People have sat exactly here for centuries, seeking shade from Mediterranean heat, perhaps eating olives from this very tree. Children have climbed its branches. Lovers have carved initials into bark that later grew over and obscured their declarations. Battles may have raged nearby while the tree simply continued its slow cycle of flowering and fruiting, indifferent to human violence. The tree has probably lived through famines, plagues, golden ages, dark ages, conquests and liberations, all while doing nothing but being a tree. The archaeologist mentions that olive trees can effectively live forever through a process of continuous renewal. As the central trunk ages and hollows, the tree sends up new shoots from its base. These shoots eventually become new trunks while the old one gradually crumbles away. The root system remains unbroken through this process, meaning the tree's identity persists, even though none of its above-ground parts might be original. Some of the groves in this region may have been continuously alive since before humans began writing down history. Modern threats to these ancient groves come not from the climate or diseases that have always challenged olive cultivation, but from economic changes that make old trees less valuable than the land they occupy. You've heard of developers cutting down 1,000-year-old olives to build resorts, of ancient groves being replaced by crops that produce faster returns. The trees that survived every historical catastrophe now face chainsaws guided by spreadsheets showing that quick profits from destruction exceed the patient income from preservation. Yet some groves remain protected, recognised as cultural heritage as important as ancient buildings or archaeological sites. These protected groves are maintained using traditional methods, pressed with equipment that would be familiar to farmers from centuries past, and producing oil marketed specifically as coming from ancient trees. Whether the oil actually tastes different is debatable, but customers pay premium prices for the connection to history, for fruit from trees that their great-great-great-grandparents might have harvested. Walking through these groves as afternoon light creates dramatic contrast between illuminated leaves and deep shadows, you feel a strange temporal vertigo. Everything around you looks timeless. It could be a scene from any century in the past 2,000 years. The trees haven't changed. The hillsides haven't changed. If you squint slightly, you can imagine yourself in any era. The present just another moment in an endless chain of harvests and pressings that extends beyond memory in both directions. The archaeological evidence scattered throughout these hillsides tells a story of continuous use despite political chaos. When one empire collapsed and the population fled, within a generation or two, new people arrived and resumed harvesting the groves. The olive trees themselves served as attractants, their presence advertising that this land could support human communities. Abandon a grain field and within a year it reverts to wild grasses, but abandon an olive grove and decades later it's still there, still producing, still waiting for humans to return and resume the partnership. You collect a few olives from the ground, examining them closely. They're the same size and shape as the preserved olives archaeologists find in ancient shipwrecks, and as the olives depicted in frescoes and mosaics from civilizations that no longer exist. The genetic diversity in modern olive cultivars is surprisingly narrow, suggesting that most productive trees descend from relatively few ancient parents that demonstrated superior characteristics. The olive you're holding might be genetically nearly identical to olives that fed Roman soldiers, Greek philosophers, and Egyptian traders, all the way back to whoever first noticed that these bitter fruits became delicious after proper processing. You're standing in a modern supermarket, looking at a shelf displaying dozens of olive oil varieties, each bottle promising superior quality, health benefits, or authentic tradition. The bottles are clear glass or dark green, some with elaborate labels depicting Mediterranean scenes, others with minimalist designs suggesting sophistication. Behind these modern presentations lies the same substance that's flavoured human civilization for millennia, now reduced to consumer choice among competing brands. You pick up a bottle labelled extra virgin, reading the fine print that explains what this designation means. The oil inside was cold pressed without heat or chemicals from olives harvested at optimal ripeness and processed within hours of picking. These requirements echo practices developed thousands of years ago when pressers learned through trial and error that speed, care, and temperature control produced superior oil. The terminology is modern, but the principles are ancient, linking your kitchen to those of people who lived before philosophy or democracy existed. The price range across this shelf is staggering. Some bottles cost as much per litre as an ancient worker earned in a week, while others are cheap enough that oil has become just another commodity. This democratization represents both triumph and loss. More people can afford olive oil than ever before in history, but the intimate relationship between consumers and producers has been severed. You don't know which grove produced this oil, whose hands harvested these olives, or how many generations their family has been pressing fruit from these specific trees. A cooking show plays on a screen near the checkout, a chef drizzling olive oil over vegetables while explaining how it's healthier than butter or other fats. The health claims are accurate. Olive oil does contain monounsaturated fats that improve cardiovascular health, antioxidants that protect cells, and compounds that reduce inflammation. But ancient peoples who built their cuisines around olive oil knew none of this, using it not because it was healthy, but because it was available, delicious, and versatile. They stumbled into good health through culinary tradition, their bodies benefiting from choices made for entirely different reasons. You notice organic options, oil from olives grown without synthetic pesticides or fertilizers. This marketing implies that non-organic methods are standard now, representing a fundamental shift from traditional olive cultivation that used no chemicals because they didn't exist. The modern organic movement is actually a return to ancient practices, charging premium prices for what was once universal. The irony seems lost on most shoppers filling their carts without considering the historical arc that brought these bottles to this shelf. At home, you drizzle oil over a salad, the action so casual that you don't pause to think about it. Yet this simple gesture connects you to every cook throughout history who performed the same motion. The oil catches light streaming through your window, exactly as it caught lamplight in ancient kitchens. It coats the vegetables with the same golden sheen that made food look appetizing to people whose names nobody remembers. The chemistry of fat interacting with plant cells hasn't changed. meaning the salad tastes similar to versions eaten 2,000 years ago. Your bathroom contains olive oil-based soaps and cosmetics, products marketed as natural alternatives to synthetic options. Soap itself was invented partly to replace the oil scraping method used in ancient baths, yet now olive oil soap represents a return to more authentic cleansing. The circular motion of hygiene history suggests that human needs remain constant, while technologies cycle between complexity and simplicity, each generation rediscovering benefits that previous generations took for granted. You light a candle, petroleum wax with a cotton wick, creating a flame without olive oil for the first time in human history. Candles existed in ancient times, but oil lamps provided most illumination, making olive oil the primary medium through which people pushed back darkness. The shift from oil to candles to gas to electricity represents increasing separation between light and its fuel source. Ancient peoples understood exactly what burned when they lit lamps. You flip a switch without thinking about the coal or natural gas or nuclear reaction generating your electricity. A Mediterranean restaurant nearby advertises authentic cuisine, its menu featuring dishes built around olive oil in ways that would be familiar to ancient diners. The ingredients are identical, the cooking methods unchanged in essentials, yet the context is completely different. Ancient people ate these foods because they were local and available, not because they were exotic or healthy. The restaurant charges premium prices for authenticity that used to be called what we have, transforming necessity into luxury through distance, temporal distance separating us from when these foods were ordinary. You read about olive oil fraud, about bottles labelled Italian or Greek containing oil from North Africa or Spain, and about extra virgin designations applied to oil that doesn't meet technical requirements. These deceptions echo ancient problems. Merchants have always been tempted to dilute expensive oil with cheaper alternatives, to misrepresent origins, and to sell last year's rancid oil as this year's fresh pressing. The amphora stamps that guaranteed quality in ancient markets were responses to fraud that still exists, human nature remaining constant across millennia. A news article discusses how climate change threatens traditional olive-growing regions, and how rising temperatures and changing rainfall patterns might shift production to areas that previously couldn't support olives. The trees themselves can adapt. They've survived climate changes throughout history, but the cultural connection between specific regions and olive cultivation might break. What happens to Greek or Spanish or Italian culinary identity if olives no longer thrive there? Can tradition persist when the material basis for tradition disappears? You notice how olive oil has become shorthand for healthy eating, the Mediterranean diet, and lifestyle choices associated with longevity and well-being. This association isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. Ancient peoples who consumed olive oil daily also died young from infections and injuries. Modern medicine prevents easily. The oil didn't make them healthy in any comprehensive sense. They simply lacked alternatives we take for granted. Separating olive oil's actual benefits from romanticised versions of Mediterranean life requires care that marketing departments rarely provide. In your pantry, a bottle of olive oil sits next to vegetable oil, canola oil, and coconut oil, each suited for different purposes, different heat tolerances, and different flavour profiles. This abundance would astonish ancient cooks who used olive oil for everything, because it was the only fat they had in quantity. Modern cooking's specialisation, this oil for sautéing, that one for baking, another for salads, represents both sophistication and loss. We've gained options, but sacrificed the intimate knowledge that comes from using a single ingredient in every possible way. You cook dinner using olive oil, clean up with olive oil soap, and moisturise your hands with olive oil lotion, all while electric lights eliminate any need for oil lamps. Olive oil persists in modern life, but its role has narrowed from essential to optional, from universal to particular. You could survive comfortably without it, substituting other fats in cooking, other products for cleaning and moisturising, and other sources for illumination. This optionality represents the fundamental difference between your relationship with olive oil and that of people for whom it was irreplaceable. Yet walking through the supermarket or cooking dinner, you occasionally feel a strange temporal connection, a sense that you're performing actions that link you to an unbroken chain of human activity, stretching back to before recorded history. When you drizzle olive oil over food, you're doing exactly what countless humans have done in the same way for the same reasons. The bottle is different, the kitchen is different, and the context is different, but the action itself is unchanged. In this small gesture, you briefly touch the deep past, performing a ritual so ancient that its origins predate the concept of ritual itself. The olive trees in distant groves continue their patient work, flowering each spring, fruiting each autumn, and producing the same golden liquid that fueled civilizations now studied only by archaeologists. Some of those trees might be the direct descendants, literally through root propagation, of trees that witnessed events recorded in histories you've read. They connect past to present through living continuity, biology preserving what human memory cannot. As long as those trees survive, as long as someone harvests their fruit and presses it into oil, the ancient world isn't entirely lost. It flows forward, year by year, harvest by harvest, a golden thread that refuses to break. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and 10 small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground, crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs, and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent paws, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest's plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because most of the time resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality, distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms attune to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere, tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives, but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast tropical forest that stretches from horizon to horizon like a green ocean frozen in time. This is the Maya world, a realm that encompasses what we now call southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. But forget your modern maps for a moment and see this land as the Maya did. Not as separate countries, but as one living, breathing ecosystem where every mountain, river and cenote held sacred meaning. The landscape here reads like poetry written by ancient gods. In the north, the Yucatan Peninsula spreads like a limestone platform, its surface so flat you might think giants used it as their dining table. Beneath this seemingly solid ground lies a hidden world of underground rivers and caverns, occasionally opening into cenotes, those magical circular pools of crystal clear water that look like doorways to the underworld. And in Maya belief, that's exactly what they were. Travel south, and the land begins to rumple and fold like a blanket pulled from sleep. Mountains rise in green waves, their peaks disappearing into clouds that seem perpetually caught in the act of kissing the earth. Rivers wind through valleys like silver ribbons, carrying stories from highland to lowland, from the cool mists of Guatemala's volcanic peaks to the humid embrace of Caribbean shores. The climate here doesn't follow the neat four-season schedule you might be used to. Instead, it dances to an older rhythm, the ancient waltz of wet and dry that has shaped life in the tropics for millions of years. From May through October, the sky opens like a vast reservoir, sending down rains that turn the world into a verdant paradise, where everything grows with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Plants reach toward the sky with the urgency of children stretching for cookies on a high shelf, and the very air seems to pulse with life. Then comes the dry season, when the rains retreat and the sun rules unchallenged. The landscape doesn't exactly sleep during these months, but it does pause, conserve, and prepare. Trees shed their leaves not from cold but from thrift, saving water like careful housekeepers storing supplies for lean times. It was during these dry months that the Maya traditionally did much of their building, when limestone could be quarried and mortar could dry properly under the patient sun. This alternating rhythm of abundance and restraint shaped Maya civilization in profound ways. They learned to work with water like master craftsmen, capturing rain in sophisticated reservoir systems, reading the subtle signs that predicted the arrival of storms, and treating water with the reverence it deserved in a land where it could mean the difference between feast and famine. The forests that covered this landscape were nothing like the orderly woodlands you might stroll through on a weekend hike. These were jungles with personality, dense, layered, and filled with more species than a medieval bestiary. Cecropia trees spread their umbrella leaves like giant parasols, while mahogany and cedar grew straight and proud, their trunks so vast that 20 people holding hands might not encircle them. Vines draped from tree to tree like nature's own suspension bridges, and somewhere in the canopy above, howler monkeys announced the dawn with calls that could be heard for miles. At ground level, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves slowly returning to soil, punctuated by the occasional splash of colour from flowering plants that seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. Orchids clung to tree trunks like jewelled brooches, while smaller trees and shrubs created a maze that only the most experienced travellers could navigate. This wasn't wilderness in the way we usually think of it. It was more like a vast three-dimensional garden that had been growing and changing for thousands of years. And threading through this green tapestry were the Maya themselves, who understood their environment with the intimacy of partners in a very long marriage. They knew which trees produced the best timber for construction, and which bark could be pounded into paper. They could read the forest like a library, identifying hundreds of plants that provided food, medicine, dyes, and tools. They understood that the jaguar's roar meant different things depending on the season, and they could predict weather patterns by watching the behaviour of butterflies. This deep environmental knowledge wasn't just practical, it was spiritual. The Maya saw their landscape not as a collection of resources to be exploited, but as a living community of which they were just one part. Every hill was a potential dwelling place for gods, every cave a portal to other worlds, every tree a potential ancestor. The very ground beneath their feet was sacred, formed from the bones and flesh of previous creations that had been swept away when the gods decided to try again. Understanding this worldview is crucial to understanding Maya civilization. These weren't people who saw themselves as separate from or superior to their environment. They were participants in an ongoing conversation between human intelligence and natural wisdom, between the needs of growing communities and the rhythms of seasons and centuries. Their cities weren't imposed upon the landscape. They grew from it, like particularly magnificent flowers in an already extraordinary garden. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, picture this world. Vast forests breathing with the patient rhythm of geological time, limestone platforms honeycomb with hidden rivers, mountains wearing crowns of clouds, and scattered throughout this paradise, the first stirrings of one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The Maya were about to teach the world new ways of thinking about time, space, mathematics, and the delicate dance between human ambition and environmental wisdom. Let yourself float back through time, past the Spanish conquest, past the great classic Maya cities, past centuries and millennia, until you reach a moment roughly 4,000 years ago, when the first Maya-speaking people began to settle in this green paradise. Picture them arriving not as conquerors or colonists, but more like gardeners discovering the perfect plot for the most ambitious landscaping project in human history. These early Maya weren't the sophisticated astronomers and mathematicians they would eventually become. They were farmers and foragers, people whose greatest technologies were sharp obsidian blades and the patient knowledge of when and where to plant corn. But they carried within their communities something precious, a way of looking at the world that would eventually flower into one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The transformation from nomadic bands to settled villages happened gradually, like watching a slow-motion dance between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Somewhere around 2000 BCE, These early Maya made a discovery that would reshape their world. They figured out how to domesticate teosinte, a wild grass that looked nothing like modern corn but contained within its genetic code the potential to become humanity's most important crop. Imagine the patience this required. Teosinte produced tiny seeds, barely larger than rice grains, protected by cases so hard they could crack teeth. Most people would have dismissed it as a poor food source and moved on to easier pickings. But the Maya saw potential where others saw problems. Generation after generation, they selected plants with slightly larger seeds, slightly softer cases, slightly more convenient growth patterns. They were essentially having a conversation with corn itself, each growing season another exchange and a dialogue that would continue for thousands of years. This agricultural revolution wasn't just about food, it was about time. Once the Maya could count on corn harvests to feed their communities, they could afford to have some people do things other than search for daily sustenance. Some could specialize in making better tools, others could experiment with new building techniques, and a few could spend their time watching the sky and wondering about the patterns they saw there. The earliest Maya villages were modest affairs that would look almost cozy by modern standards. Houses were built from local materials with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from intimate knowledge of local conditions. Walls were made from wooden poles chinked with mud and stone, while roofs were thatched with palm leaves or grass in overlapping patterns that could shed even the most determined tropical downpour. These weren't architectural masterpieces, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment, cool in the heat, dry in the rain, and easy to repair when the occasional hurricane reminded everyone who was really in charge. What made these early settlements special wasn't their buildings, but their social organisation. Unlike many ancient societies that were strictly hierarchical from the beginning, early Maya communities seem to have been remarkably egalitarian. Archaeological evidence suggests that most families lived in similar houses, ate similar food, and had access to similar tools and luxuries. It was a society where leadership was probably based more on knowledge and consensus than on inherited power or accumulated wealth. But even in these early centuries, hints of the Maya genius were beginning to appear. They were experimenting with techniques for shaping stone, learning to read the subtle signs that predicted good farming weather, and developing increasingly sophisticated ways of organising their communities. Most importantly, they were beginning to develop the intellectual frameworks that would eventually support their incredible achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The Maya creation story, which wouldn't be written down until much later, probably has roots in these early centuries. According to their mythology, the gods tried several times to create beings worthy of worship, first making humans from mud, who dissolved in the rain, then from wood, who lacked souls and were destroyed by a great flood. Finally, they created humans from corn dough, and these proved both durable and properly grateful to their creators. This story isn't just charming mythology, it reflects the Maya's deep understanding of their relationship with corn and, by extension, with the natural world that supported them. They saw themselves not as masters of their environment, but as participants in an ongoing creation story where humans, plants, animals, and gods were all connected in an intricate web of mutual dependence. As centuries passed, these early Maya communities began to develop some of the cultural characteristics that would define their civilization. They started creating more elaborate pottery, decorated with designs that would evolve into the complex iconography of later Maya art. They began building their first ceremonial structures, modest platforms and plazas where communities could gather for religious ceremonies and social events. Most significantly, they began to develop their understanding of time as something cyclical rather than linear. While many cultures see time as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, the Maya began to conceive of time as a series of interlocking wheels, where patterns repeated but never exactly replicated themselves. This insight would eventually lead them to create some of the most sophisticated calendars in human history. By around 1000 BCE, Maya society was beginning to show signs of the complexity that would characterize its later development. Some communities were growing larger and more specialized, with clear evidence of social stratification and occupational diversity. Trade networks were developing that would eventually connect Maya cities across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. And most intriguingly, the Maya were beginning to experiment with their first attempts at monumental architecture. These early buildings weren't the towering pyramids that would later astound Spanish conquistadors, but they represented something revolutionary. The organized effort of entire communities working together to create something that served no immediate, practical purpose. These structures were built for ceremony, for worship, for the creation of sacred spaces where humans could interact with the divine. They represented the moment when Maya society had produced enough surplus food and social organization to support pure human ambition, the desire to create something beautiful and meaningful that would outlast its creators. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine these early Maya communities, small clusters of thatched roof houses scattered throughout the endless green of the jungle, smoke rising from cooking fires at dusk, children playing games that would teach them the skills they'd need as adults, and everywhere the patient work of building a civilization from the ground up. One corn kernel, one stone block, one shared insight at a time. Picture yourself floating high above the Maya world sometime around 600 CE, and prepare to be astonished. What had once been an endless green carpet of forest is now dotted with cities that seem to have grown from the jungle itself. Pyramid temples rise above the canopy like stone mountains dreamed into existence by particularly ambitious gods, their limestone surfaces gleaming white in the tropical sun. Plazas spread between buildings like perfectly manicured clearings, and everywhere you look, there are signs of a civilization operating at the height of its powers. This is the classic period, when Maya civilization reached what archaeologists like to call its peak. Though that word hardly does justice to what the Maya achieved. It wasn't just that they built bigger buildings or supported larger populations, though they did both. It was that they had created something entirely unprecedented. A collection of city-states that combined urban sophistication with sustainable agriculture, monumental architecture with precise scientific observation, and political complexity with genuine artistic achievement. Tikal, rising from the rainforests of Guatemala, was perhaps the most magnificent of these urban centres. Imagine a city that housed somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people at its peak, all of them living in a carefully planned urban environment that worked in harmony with the surrounding forest. The city's central ceremonial complex featured pyramids that reached heights of over 200 feet, taller than a 20-story building and visible from miles away through the jungle canopy. But Tikal wasn't just impressive for its size, it was remarkable for its sophistication. The Maya had solved problems that would challenge urban planners today. How do you provide clean water for tens of thousands of people in a tropical environment? Tikal's engineers created an intricate system of reservoirs, channels and settling pools that collected rainwater during the wet season and stored it through the dry months. The largest of these reservoirs could hold millions of gallons of water, and the entire system was designed with such precision that archaeologists are still discovering new components. How do you feed a large urban population without destroying the surrounding environment? The Maya developed what might have been the world's first sustainable agricultural system. Instead of clearing vast fields for monoculture farming, they created what archaeologists call forest gardens, carefully managed areas where useful trees, shrubs, and ground plants grew together in productive harmony. They raised the fields in swampy areas using a technique called raised field agriculture, creating elevated plots that provided excellent drainage while building incredibly fertile soil from composted aquatic plants. The city itself was a masterpiece of urban design that would make contemporary city planners weep with envy. Different neighbourhoods were connected by raised stone causeways that remained passable even during the wettest months of the rainy season. Public spaces were designed to accommodate both daily activities and massive ceremonial gatherings. Residential areas ranged from modest compounds for ordinary citizens to elaborate palace complexes for the ruling elite. But even the humblest homes had access to clean water and adequate drainage. And then there was Palenque, nestled against the foothills of the Chiapas highlands like a jewel set in green velvet. Where Tikal impressed through sheer scale, Palenque achieved greatness through elegance and artistic refinement. The famous Temple of the Inscriptions, built as a tomb for the ruler Kinich Jana Bakal, represents perhaps the pinnacle of Maya architectural achievement, a building that functions simultaneously as religious temple, royal mausoleum, and artistic masterpiece. Palenque's artists and architects had developed techniques for creating spaces that felt both monumentally impressive and intimately human. The palace complex, with its unique tower that may have served as an astronomical observatory, created courtyards and galleries that would have been perfect venues for the court ceremonies that were central to Maya political life. Light and shadow played across carved relief sculptures with a precision that suggests the builders understood exactly how their creations would look at different times of day and different seasons of the year. Copan, in what is now Honduras, represented yet another approach to Maya urbanism. This city became famous for its incredible artistic achievements, particularly in sculpture and hieroglyphic writing. The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan contains over 2,500 individual glyphs, making it the longest Maya inscription ever discovered. But beyond its role as an ancient library, Copan was notable for its integration with the surrounding landscape. The city's ball court, where Maya played their ritual ball game, was positioned with such precision that the sun's movement during the day created changing patterns of light and shadow that probably had ceremonial significance. Each Maya city-state was unique, but they all shared certain characteristics that set them apart from other ancient urban centres. They were remarkably green cities, where buildings and plazas were integrated with carefully maintained groves of trees and gardens. They were also incredibly clean. Maya cities had sophisticated waste management systems and maintained public spaces with a level of civic pride that would be admirable in any era. The cities were also centres of learning and artistic creation, on a scale that rivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya scribes and artists worked in palace scriptoriums, creating books from bark paper and decorating buildings with murals that combined religious symbolism with historical narrative and pure artistic expression. These weren't just functional urban centres, they were conscious attempts to create beautiful spaces where human beings could live, work, and worship in environments that inspired rather than oppressed. Perhaps most remarkably, these cities weren't created through slave labour or imperial conquest, in the way that many ancient urban centres were built. Archaeological evidence suggests that Maya cities grew through the voluntary association of farming communities, craft specialists, and ruling elites who found mutual benefit in urban cooperation. The magnificent buildings were constructed by communities working together during the agricultural off-season, when farming demands were lighter and people had time for monumental projects. By 600 CE, dozens of these remarkable cities dotted the Maya landscape, each one a unique experiment in how human beings might live together in large, complex societies. They were connected by trade routes that carried not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, and technological innovations across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. A merchant travelling from Palenque to Copan would have found familiar architectural styles, similar religious practices, and inscriptions written in the same hieroglyphic system, but also distinctive local variations that made each city a unique cultural centre. These weren't just cities, they were dreams made manifest in stone and mortar, testimony to what human beings can achieve when they combine practical intelligence with spiritual vision and artistic ambition. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself walking through one of these ancient urban centres at dusk, when cooking fires began to twinkle in residential compounds, and the last light of day painted the limestone pyramids in shades of gold and rose. Imagine you're sitting with a Maya astronomer on the top of a pyramid temple sometime around 700 CE, watching the sunset while she explains her latest calculations about Venus cycles. The sky above you is beginning to fill with stars that seem close enough to touch in the clear tropical air, and in her hands are bark paper books filled with numbers and glyphs that record centuries of careful observation. This Maya scholar can tell you precisely when Venus will next appear as the morning star, when the next solar eclipse will occur, and how many days have passed since the current world began. She can calculate these things more accurately than any astronomer in Europe will be able to do for another 500 years, and she'll explain all of this not as abstract mathematics, but as part of a grand cosmic story where numbers and narratives, science and spirituality are all aspects of the same profound truth about how the universe works. The Maya approached knowledge differently than we often do today, where we tend to separate science from religion, mathematics from storytelling, and practical skills from spiritual practices. The Maya saw all knowledge as interconnected aspects of understanding creation itself. Their numbers were sacred, their stories were scientifically precise, and their practical achievements grew from spiritual insights about the nature of reality. Consider their mathematics, which was arguably more sophisticated than anything being done in Europe at the same time. The Maya were among the first peoples in the world to develop a true concept of zero, not just as the absence of something, but as a number in its own right that could be used in calculations. Their number system was vigesimal, based on 20s rather than our familiar base 10 system, which actually made certain types of calculations easier and more elegant. But Maya mathematics wasn't developed primarily for trade or engineering, though it certainly served those purposes. It was created to understand time itself. The Maya were obsessed with temporal patterns in the way that some people today are obsessed with sports statistics or stock market fluctuations. They tracked cycles within cycles within cycles. creating calendars that could predict events not just years, but thousands of years into the future. Their most famous calendar, often called the Long Count, measured time from a creation date in 3114 BCE and could track individual days across spans of over 5,000 years. But that was just one of several interlocking calendar systems they used simultaneously. The sacred calendar, or Zolkin, was a 260-day cycle that combined 20-day names with 13 numbers in combinations that were used for divination and ceremony. The solar calendar, or Hab, tracked a 365-day year with 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra days that were considered especially dangerous. These calendars worked together like gears in an incredibly complex celestial machine. Every day had multiple names and numbers depending on which calendar you consulted, and the combinations created patterns that repeated on different scales. Some every 52 years, others every 18,980 years. A Maya calendar priest could tell you not just what day it was, but where that day fit into cosmic cycles that connected the present moment to the very creation of the universe. This mathematical precision served a practical purpose. Maya farmers needed to know exactly when to plant their crops, when to expect rains, and when to prepare for dry seasons. Maya rulers needed to schedule ceremonies at astrologically auspicious times, and Maya traders needed to coordinate their activities across hundreds of miles of jungle. But beyond these practical applications, Maya calendars were expressions of a worldview that saw time not as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, but as a spiral staircase where similar events occurred at higher and higher levels of complexity. Their astronomical observations were equally sophisticated. Maya astronomers tracked not just the obvious cycles of the sun and moon, but the more subtle movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. They knew that Venus takes exactly 584 days to complete its cycle from morning star to evening star and back again, and they had calculated this more accurately than European astronomers would manage until the age of telescopes. They also understood eclipse cycles and could predict both solar and lunar eclipses years in advance. This wasn't just academic curiosity. Eclipses were considered potentially dangerous events that required proper ceremonies to ensure that the sun or moon would return safely. Maya rulers often scheduled major military campaigns to coincide with astronomical events, believing that cosmic conditions could influence the outcomes of earthly conflicts. But perhaps most remarkably, the Maya understood that their astronomical observations were imperfect and needed constant correction. They knew that their 365-day solar year was slightly too short, and had developed methods for adjusting their calendars to account for the accumulation of small errors over long periods. European calendars of the same period were less accurate and required frequent arbitrary adjustments that the Maya system handled automatically. Maya writing was equally sophisticated, representing one of only 4 or 5 writing systems that were independently invented in human history. Maya glyphs combined logographic symbols, representing whole words or concepts, with phonetic symbols, representing sounds, creating a flexible system that could express everything from mundane administrative records to complex philosophical and astronomical concepts. Maya books, written on bark paper and coated with lime plaster, covered subjects ranging from historical chronicles to astronomical tables to medical prescriptions. Sadly, Spanish conquistadors and missionaries destroyed most Maya books, considering them works of the devil. Only 4 complete Maya codices survive today, but these give us glimpses of a literature that was probably as rich and varied as that of any ancient civilization. The Maya conception of the universe was both scientifically sophisticated and deeply spiritual. They envisioned creation as a series of interconnected layers, with the earth floating like a turtle shell on a primordial sea, surrounded by a multi-layered heaven where various gods resided. Time moved in cycles, with each major cycle ending in destruction and renewal, as the gods experimented with new forms of creation. Humans, made from corn dough in the current creation, had a responsibility to maintain the universe through proper ceremony and ritual. Maya rulers weren't just political leaders, they were intermediaries between human and divine realms, responsible for ensuring that cosmic order was maintained through their actions and ceremonies. This worldview produced a unique approach to knowledge that modern scholars are still trying to fully understand. Maya scribes and priests were simultaneously scientists, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, and theologians. They saw no contradiction between precise observation and mythological narrative, between practical calculation and spiritual insight. As you settle into sleep, imagine yourself in a Maya scriptorium, surrounded by scholars working by the light of pine torches, carefully drawing glyphs that encode centuries of accumulated wisdom about astronomy, mathematics, history, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Picture books filled with numbers that track the movements of planets, and stories that explain why those movements matter, all preserved in a writing system that was among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Let the morning mist in your mind's eye part to reveal a typical day in a classic Maya city, perhaps sometime around 750 CE. The sun is just beginning to filter through the forest canopy, and you can hear the daily symphony beginning. Howler monkeys announcing the dawn from the treetops, the soft slap-slap of women shaping corn tortillas, the scrape of obsidian blades against stone as craftsmen prepare for their day's work, and the gentle murmur of early market conversations. You're standing in a residential compound that houses an extended Maya family, perhaps 20 or 30 people spread across 3 generations, all living in interconnected buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The architecture here tells a story of practical wisdom accumulated over centuries. The houses are raised on low stone platforms that keep floors dry during the rainy season, with walls of stone and mortar supporting roofs thatched with palm fronds laid in overlapping patterns that can shed the heaviest tropical downpour. The day begins, as it has for countless generations, with the preparation of corn. This isn't just breakfast. It's a sacred act that connects the family to the gods who created humans from corn dough. The woman of the house rises before dawn to begin the process of making masa, the corn dough that forms the basis of almost every Maya meal. First, she boils dried corn kernels with lime, a technique that not only softens the corn but makes its nutrients more accessible to human digestion. The Maya discovered this process independently, and it's still used today in traditional Mexican cooking. While the corn boils, she tends to the cooking fire, feeding it with carefully selected hardwoods that burn hot and clean. Maya cooking fires were marvels of efficiency, designed to provide maximum heat with minimum smoke, important in houses where the kitchen might be just steps away from the sleeping areas. The hearth itself is typically composed of 3 stones arranged in a triangle, a design so practical that it's still used in rural Guatemala and Mexico today. As the corn cooks, other family members begin their daily routines. The men might head to the family's agricultural plots, which could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to several miles from the residential compound. Maya farming was incredibly sophisticated, adapted to make the most of local conditions. In areas with good drainage, they used raised beds that could be intensively cultivated year after year. In swampy areas, they created raised fields that turned seasonal wetlands into some of the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. But Maya men didn't just grow corn. A typical family plot might include dozens of different food plants, beans that climbed up corn stalks and fixed nitrogen in the soil, squash that spread along the ground and provided both food and storage containers, chili peppers that added flavour and helped preserve food, and fruit trees that provided everything from avocados to cacao beans. This polyculture approach wasn't just more sustainable than monoculture farming, it also provided better nutrition and greater food security. Maya women, meanwhile, were equally busy with activities that required just as much skill and knowledge. After grinding corn into mesa on stone metates, grinding stones that were often family heirlooms passed down through generations, they would shape the dough into tortillas or tamales, flavouring them with beans, meat, vegetables, or even chocolate for special occasions. But food preparation was just one aspect of women's work. Maya women were also responsible for textile production, which in the ancient Maya world was both a practical necessity and a high art form. Using backstrap looms that could be set up anywhere, Maya weavers created textiles so fine that Spanish conquistadors compared them favourably to the best European silks. The cotton or agave fibres were often dyed with colours extracted from local plants, insects, and minerals, creating textiles that served as markers of social status, regional identity, and artistic achievement. Children in Maya households learned through participation rather than formal instruction. A 5-year-old might help sort beans or feed chickens, while older children gradually took on more complex responsibilities. Boys learned farming techniques, construction skills, and perhaps specialised crafts from their fathers and uncles. Girls learned food preparation, textile production, and household management from their mothers and aunts. But both boys and girls learned the basics of Maya mathematics, astronomy, and calendar calculation, knowledge that was considered essential for proper participation in Maya society. Education also included learning to read at least some Maya glyphs, though full literacy was probably limited to scribes, priests, and nobles. Most Maya families would have known enough glyphs to read calendrical dates, recognize the names of gods and rulers, and understand basic religious and administrative texts. This level of literacy was actually quite remarkable for the ancient world, where reading and writing were often restricted to tiny educated elites. The Maya workday was structured around the natural rhythms of tropical life. People rose before dawn, when the air was cool and the forest was quiet. The most strenuous work was done in the morning and late afternoon, with a long rest period during the hottest part of the day. This wasn't laziness. It was intelligent adaptation to a climate where working through the midday heat could be genuinely dangerous. Markets were central to Maya daily life, serving not just as places to buy and sell goods, but as social centres where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and community decisions discussed. A typical Maya market was a riot of colour, sound, and smell that would overwhelm most modern shoppers. Vendors displayed pyramids of chili peppers in every shade from deep red to bright yellow, baskets of cacao beans that served both as flavouring and currency, jade ornaments that caught the light like trapped sunbeams, and textiles whose intricate patterns told stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events. The diversity of goods available in Maya markets testifies to the sophistication of their trade networks. Obsidian blades from Guatemala, jade from the mountains of Honduras, Quetzal feathers from highland cloud forests, salt from coastal lagoons, and seashells from both Pacific and Caribbean coasts all found their way to markets hundreds of miles from their sources. Maya merchants travelled on foot along jungle paths and stone causeways, carrying goods in large baskets supported by tumplines across their foreheads, a carrying technique that distributed weight so efficiently that a single porter could transport loads that would challenge a pack mule. Evenings in Maya communities were times for social activities that reinforced community bonds and transmitted cultural knowledge. Extended families gathered around cooking fires to share meals and stories, with older relatives recounting traditional tales that preserved historical memory and moral instruction. These weren't just entertainment. They were the primary means by which Maya communities maintained their cultural identity across generations. Religious observances were woven throughout daily life in ways that would seem natural to the Maya, but might surprise modern observers. Every significant activity began with small ceremonies acknowledging the gods and spirits who governed different aspects of life. Farmers offered prayers and small gifts to the rain god before planting. Craftsmen blessed their tools before beginning important projects, and families performed daily rituals to honour their ancestors and maintain spiritual protection for their homes. The Maya day ended as it began, with ceremony and gratitude. As cooking fires burned low and families prepared for sleep, they might offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and protection, burn incense to purify their living spaces, and recite prayers that connected their daily activities to the larger cosmic order that gave meaning to Maya life. As you drift towards sleep yourself, imagine the gentle sounds of a Maya evening, the soft conversations of families settling in for the night, the distant call of night birds in the forest, the whisper of wind through palm thatch roofs, and, underlying it all, the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to live in harmony with their environment and with each other. Picture yourself floating above the Maya world sometime around 900 CE, and notice that something has changed in the forest below. The great cities that once gleamed white through the canopy are beginning to show signs of abandonment. Some pyramids are already being reclaimed by vines and young trees. Plazas that once hosted thousands of people for religious ceremonies now stand empty except for the occasional deer or jaguar, picking its way carefully across ancient stone paving. This is one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, the so-called Maya collapse, though that word suggests something more dramatic and sudden than what actually occurred. The Maya didn't disappear overnight like characters in a fairy tale. Instead, their civilization underwent a gradual transformation that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. The changes began subtly, like a symphony gradually shifting from major to minor key. In some cities, fewer new monuments were erected. In others, construction projects were left unfinished, as if the workers had simply put down their tools one day and walked away. Trade routes that had connected Maya cities for centuries began to show less traffic. The careful maintenance that had kept urban water systems functioning started to slack off. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been largely abandoned, their populations scattered to smaller settlements or migrated to new regions entirely. It was as if the Maya had decided that urban life, which had served them so well for over 1,000 years, was no longer worth the effort it required. What caused this dramatic shift? Archaeologists have proposed numerous theories. and the truth probably involves a combination of factors rather than any single catastrophe. Climate data suggests that the Maya world experienced a series of severe droughts during the 8th and 9th centuries, some lasting for decades. For a civilization that depended on carefully managed water systems, these droughts would have posed enormous challenges. Imagine trying to maintain a city of 50,000 people when your reservoirs are running dry and the rains that usually refill them keep failing to arrive. Maya engineers had designed their urban water systems to handle normal variations in rainfall, but they hadn't planned for the kind of extended dry periods that apparently occurred during this time. As water became scarce, urban populations would have been forced to disperse to areas where smaller-scale farming and water collection were more viable. But climate change alone probably wouldn't have caused such widespread urban abandonment. Maya cities had survived droughts before and had developed sophisticated methods for water conservation and management. Something else must have made their urban centres less resilient than they had been in earlier centuries. One possibility is that Maya cities had simply grown too large and complex for their own good. By the 8th century, some Maya urban centres supported populations that strained even their sophisticated agricultural and water management systems. When environmental stresses occurred, these large concentrations of people may have become unsustainable. There's also evidence for increasing warfare between Maya city-states during this period. Earlier Maya conflicts had been relatively limited affairs, more like elaborate tournaments than wars of conquest. But by the late Classic period, Maya warfare seems to have become more destructive, with cities being attacked not just for prestige or tribute, but for complete conquest and destruction. This escalation in violence may have been both a cause and a consequence of the other stresses affecting Maya society. As resources became scarcer due to drought and overpopulation, competition between cities intensified. As warfare became more destructive, it became harder for cities to maintain the cooperative relationships that had allowed Maya civilization to flourish. Political factors also played a role. The elaborate royal courts that had governed Maya cities required enormous resources to maintain. Kings and nobles needed magnificent palaces, elaborate ceremonies, and costly trade goods to demonstrate their divine authority and maintain political legitimacy. As economic stress increased, these costs may have become increasingly burdensome for ordinary Maya farmers and craftsmen. Archaeological evidence suggests that during this period, the gap between Maya elites and commoners was growing wider. While nobles continued to build elaborate palaces and fill their tombs with jade and gold, ordinary Maya households show signs of economic stress and reduced access to luxury goods. This growing inequality may have undermined the social cohesion that had made large Maya cities possible, but perhaps most importantly, the environmental knowledge that had allowed the Maya to create sustainable urban centres in tropical forests was being forgotten or ignored. As cities grew larger and more complex, their inhabitants may have become increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that supported them. The careful balance between human needs and environmental capacity that had characterized earlier Maya civilization seems to have been disrupted. However, it's crucial to understand that what archaeologists call the Maya collapse wasn't the end of Maya civilization, it was a transformation. While the great cities of the Classic period were being abandoned, Maya communities were adapting and evolving in new directions. Some moved to areas that were less affected by drought. Others developed new forms of political organization that were more resilient to environmental stress, and many simply returned to the smaller scale, more sustainable ways of life that had characterized earlier periods of Maya history. In the northern Yucatan, Maya civilization experienced what archaeologists call a renaissance during the post-Classic period. Cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan became major centers of trade, learning, and political power. These northern cities developed new architectural styles, new forms of political organization, and new relationships with other Mesoamerican civilizations. The Maya of the post-Classic period were different from their Classic predecessors, but they weren't lesser. They had learned from the experiences of the Classic cities and developed more flexible, adaptable approaches to urban life. Instead of the highly centralized city-states of the Classic period, post-Classic Maya society was organized around looser confederations of cities and towns that could better weather political and environmental crises. Trade became increasingly important during this period, with Maya merchants establishing commercial networks that extended from central Mexico to Panama. Maya traders, travelling in large ocean-going canoes, carried goods along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, connecting Maya communities with other Mesoamerican civilizations and adapting to new technologies and ideas from across the region. The Maya also continued their scientific and intellectual achievements during the post-classic period. Astronomers at Chichen Itza created new observatories and refined their understanding of celestial cycles. Scribes continued to develop Maya writing and created new types of books that preserved historical, astronomical, and religious knowledge. Artists developed new styles that combined traditional Maya themes with influences from central Mexico and other regions. Perhaps most importantly, Maya communities during this period developed a more decentralized, resilient approach to civilization that helped them survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigid societies. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they found not a collapsed civilization but a diverse, adaptable collection of Maya communities that had been successfully managing the challenges of tropical life for over 3,000 years. The Spanish conquest was devastating for Maya communities, but it wasn't completely destructive. Many Maya communities retreated to remote areas where they maintained traditional ways of life, with minimal outside interference. Others adapted to colonial rule while preserving essential aspects of Maya culture, language, and identity. In the dense forests of the Petén region of Guatemala, some Maya communities remained effectively independent until the late 19th century. These communities maintained traditional agricultural practices, continued to use Maya calendars and writing systems, and preserved religious practices that connected them to their ancient heritage. The transformation of Maya civilization during the late Classic and post-Classic periods offers important lessons about resilience and adaptation. The Maya response to environmental and social stress wasn't to desperately cling to unsustainable practices, but to thoughtfully adapt their society to changing conditions. They demonstrated that civilizations, like living organisms, can survive by changing rather than by remaining static. This ability to adapt while maintaining cultural continuity helps explain why Maya civilization has persisted for over 4,000 years. Today, millions of people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages, practice traditional agriculture, and maintain cultural practices that connect them to their ancient heritage. They are living proof that the Maya didn't disappear, they evolved. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine this great transformation. Cities gradually returning to forest, families making difficult decisions about where to build new lives, communities adapting their ancient wisdom to new circumstances, and, throughout it all, the patient work of cultural preservation that ensured Maya civilization would survive to inspire and inform future generations. In the gentle quiet of your bedtime contemplation, let yourself consider one of history's most remarkable phenomena, how a civilization that supposedly collapsed over 1,000 years ago continues to influence the world in ways both profound and, surprisingly, practical. The Maya legacy isn't something locked away in museums or buried under jungle vines. It's woven into the fabric of modern life in ways you encounter almost daily without realizing it. Every time you bite into a piece of chocolate, you're participating in a tradition that the Maya perfected over 2,000 years ago. The cacao tree, which the Maya called the food of the gods, was first domesticated in the Maya world. But the Maya didn't just discover chocolate, they elevated it to an art form. They created dozens of different ways to prepare cacao, from bitter ceremonial drinks reserved for nobles and priests to sweet treats that were probably not too different from modern hot chocolate. Maya chocolate preparation was so sophisticated that Spanish conquistadors initially couldn't figure out how to recreate it. The Maya had learned to ferment cacao beans to develop their full flavour, to roast them at precisely the right temperature, and to combine them with vanilla, chili peppers, and other flavourings in proportions that created complex, nuanced beverages that were both delicious and nutritionally rich. When you see single-origin chocolate in upscale stores today, you're seeing a return to Maya principles of chocolate making that emphasize the unique characteristics of cacao from specific regions. The mathematical concepts the Maya developed continue to influence how we think about numbers and time. Their invention of zero as a placeholder and mathematical concept was one of the most important intellectual achievements in human history. This innovation, developed independently from similar discoveries in India, made possible the kind of complex calculations that underlie everything from computer programming to space exploration. Maya calendar systems, with their precise tracking of multiple overlapping cycles, provided intellectual frameworks that still influence how anthropologists, historians, and even computer scientists think about time and periodicity. The Maya understanding that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines has become increasingly relevant in an era when we're beginning to recognize that human activities follow cyclical patterns that need to be understood and managed. sustainably. Modern agricultural science has rediscovered many Maya farming techniques and found them remarkably sophisticated. The raised field agriculture that the Maya used to farm in wetlands is now being studied as a model for sustainable farming in areas threatened by climate change and rising sea levels. Maya polyculture techniques, growing multiple crops together in mutually beneficial combinations, are being adapted by organic farmers and permaculture practitioners around the world. The Maya understanding of forest management has also proven remarkably prescient. Modern ecologists studying the forests of Central America have discovered that many areas that appeared to be virgin wilderness are actually the result of thousands of years of careful Maya forest management. The Maya had learned to enhance natural forest productivity by selectively encouraging useful species, creating forest gardens that were more productive and diverse than unmanaged natural forests. This knowledge is now being applied in conservation projects throughout the tropics. Instead of trying to preserve forests by keeping people out of them, conservationists are learning to work with indigenous communities who have maintained traditional ecological knowledge that can inform sustainable forest management. The Maya approach to living within natural systems rather than trying to dominate them has become a model for sustainable development in tropical regions around the world. Maya architectural techniques continue to inspire modern builders and architects. The corbel arch technique that the Maya perfected, creating arches and vaults by gradually projecting stones inward until they meet at the top, is being studied by architects interested in creating earthquake-resistant buildings using local materials. Maya understanding of how to construct large buildings that could withstand both tropical storms and seismic activity has applications in modern earthquake and hurricane engineering. The Maya approach to urban planning, which integrated cities with natural water management systems and maintained green spaces throughout urban areas, has become a model for sustainable city design. Urban planners studying Maya cities have been impressed by their sophistication in managing stormwater, providing public spaces, and creating neighbourhoods that functioned as integrated communities, rather than just collections of individual buildings. Maya astronomical knowledge continues to inform our understanding of ancient science, and to provide alternative perspectives on humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Maya astronomers' precise observations of planetary cycles, their accurate predictions of eclipses, and their sophisticated understanding of calendar calculation demonstrate that scientific knowledge can develop along different paths than those followed by European traditions. This has implications beyond historical curiosity, as modern science increasingly recognizes the value of traditional ecological knowledge. Maya astronomical and mathematical traditions provide examples of how indigenous knowledge systems can complement and enhance Western scientific approaches. Maya calendar specialists working today in Guatemala and Mexico maintain knowledge that spans thousands of years and provides insights into long-term environmental and social cycles that short-term scientific observation might miss. The Maya writing system, once considered too complex to be fully deciphered, has become a model for understanding how human communication systems develop and change over time, transmitting information. Maya literature, as we've come to understand it through deciphered texts, has enriched our understanding of ancient American intellectual traditions. Maya poetry, historical narratives, and scientific texts demonstrate levels of literary sophistication that rival anything produced in the ancient world. The Popol Vuh, the Maya creation story that was preserved through the colonial period, has become recognized as one of the world's great mythological texts, offering insights into Maya philosophy and cosmology that continue to influence writers, artists, and thinkers around the world. Perhaps most importantly, Maya civilization provides a powerful example of how human societies can develop along pathways different from those we're familiar with in European and Asian civilizations. The Maya created urban centers without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals, developed sophisticated mathematics without a base 10 number system, and maintained complex societies for thousands of years using sustainable agricultural practices in tropical environments. This alternative model of civilization has become increasingly relevant as modern societies grapple with questions about sustainability, environmental management, and social organization. The Maya example demonstrates that high levels of cultural achievement, sophisticated technology, and complex social organization don't require the exploitation of natural resources or the domination of natural systems that characterized many other ancient civilizations. Today, over 6 million people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages and maintain cultural practices that connect them directly to their ancient heritage. These modern Maya communities aren't living museums preserving ancient ways. They're dynamic cultures that continue to adapt traditional knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Maya communities today are leaders in sustainable agriculture, forest conservation, and cultural preservation. They maintain traditional calendar systems alongside modern timekeeping, practice traditional medicine alongside modern healthcare, and use traditional ecological knowledge to inform contemporary environmental management. They represent living proof that the Maya legacy isn't just historical, it's a continuing contribution to human knowledge and wisdom. As you settle into the final moments before sleep, consider that the Maya story isn't really finished. It's still being written by communities throughout Central America who maintain ancient traditions while adapting to contemporary challenges. The pyramids rising from jungle canopies, the sophisticated mathematics encoded in ancient calendars, and the sustainable agricultural practices developed over millennia all continue to offer insights and inspiration to anyone willing to listen to, the whispers of ancient wisdom that still echo through the forests of Maya country. In these quiet moments before sleep carries you away from the Maya world and back to your own time, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you've just completed a journey through one of humanity's most remarkable experiments in living. The Maya weren't just another ancient civilization that rose and fell like so many others. They were pioneers in sustainable living, mathematical thinking, and the delicate art of creating complex societies that could thrive within rather than despite their natural environments. Tonight, as you've travelled through time and jungle, you've witnessed the birth of cities that grew like magnificent trees from tropical soil, seen mathematical concepts develop that still influence how we understand the universe, and watched agricultural techniques emerge that modern science is only now beginning to fully appreciate. You've walked through markets filled with goods carried hundreds of miles through jungle paths, listened to astronomical observations that were more accurate than anything Europe would achieve for centuries, and observed daily life in communities that had learned to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom. The Maya story is ultimately about adaptation and resilience. When their great classic cities could no longer be sustained, the Maya didn't simply disappear, they evolved. They created new forms of social organisation, developed new relationships with their environment, and maintained the essential elements of their culture through changes that would have destroyed less flexible civilizations. This capacity for thoughtful adaptation has allowed Maya culture to survive for over 4,000 years, making it one of the longest continuing civilizations in human history. The same intellectual traditions that produced the mathematical concept of zero and calculated the movements of planets with extraordinary precision continue today in Maya communities that maintain traditional calendars, practice sustainable. Perhaps this is the most important lesson the Maya offer to our contemporary world, that sustainability isn't about returning to some imagined simpler past, but about developing the wisdom to create complex societies that work in harmony with nature, systems rather than in opposition to them. The Maya demonstrated that human beings can build cities, develop sophisticated technologies, and create great art without destroying the environments that sustain them. As you drift into dreams, you might find yourself walking through a Maya forest garden, where useful trees, food plants, and medicinal herbs grow together in productive harmony. Or perhaps you'll dream of astronomers on pyramid tops, calculating the precise moment when Venus will next appear as the morning star. Maybe you'll find yourself in a Maya scriptorium, watching scribes carefully draw glyphs that encode both practical information and sacred stories. These dreams connect you to a continuous human story, one that includes the Maya farmer who developed new varieties of corn, the Maya engineer who designed water systems that functioned for centuries, the Maya mathematician who first understood that zero could be a number, and the Maya artist who combined practical knowledge with spiritual vision to create beauty that still moves us today. The forest that covers much of the ancient Maya world continues to grow and change, but it still holds the echoes of their achievements. Pyramids rise through the canopy like stone mountains, their limestone blocks slowly returning to the earth from which they came. Raised agricultural fields, abandoned for centuries, have become unique ecosystems where ancient human wisdom continues to shape natural processes. And in communities throughout Central America, Maya languages continue to be spoken, Maya calendars continue to mark the passage of sacred time, and Maya knowledge continues to offer insights into sustainable ways of living. Tomorrow, when you wake and perhaps glance at your calendar to plan your day, remember that you're using a system refined by Maya mathematicians who understood that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines. When you enjoy chocolate with your breakfast, remember that you're participating in a tradition that the Maya elevated to high art. When you hear about sustainable agriculture or forest conservation, Remember that you're encountering ideas that the Maya pioneered and perfected over thousands of years. The Maya legacy isn't something distant and historical. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life in ways both obvious and subtle. Their mathematical innovations underlie computer systems, their agricultural techniques inform sustainable farming practices, their astronomical observations contribute to our understanding of ancient science, and their examples of sustainable urban design inspire modern city planners. Most importantly, Maya civilization demonstrates that there are many different ways to create complex, sophisticated societies. The paths they followed, emphasizing cyclical rather than linear thinking, developing technology that worked with rather than against natural systems, creating urban centers that enhanced rather than degraded their environments, offer alternative models for how human beings might organize themselves and their relationships with the natural world. Conversation between intelligence and environment, between individual ambition and collective wisdom, between the needs of the present and the requirements of a sustainable future. Rest well, knowing that the forests of Maya country continue to grow and change, that Maya communities continue to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges, and that the echoes of their achievements continue to whisper through time, offering guidance and inspiration to anyone thoughtful enough to listen.